The Sith have shaped galactic history for thousands of years, leaving a trail of darkness that spans millennia. We can't start anywhere else other than the first Dark Lord of the Sith himself. 7,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, the Jedi Order faced its greatest crisis. A group of ambitious Jedi Masters had discovered something the Council feared above all else. They learned how to create life itself using the Force. These dark Jedi, led by a master named Ajunta Pall, believed they had unlocked the ultimate power. The ability to shape living beings through Sith alchemy became their obsession. The Jedi Council watched in horror as these fallen masters experimented with forbidden techniques. They were twisting the very nature of existence, creating monsters, reshaping creatures into weapons. The Council declared these practices an abomination and demanded the Dark Jedi stop immediately. But Paul and his followers refused to abandon their research. They saw the Council as weak and blind to true power. This disagreement sparked what became known as the 100-Year Darkness. A century of war between the Orthodox Jedi and the Dark Jedi rebels tore the galaxy apart. When the dust settled, the Dark Jedi had lost. The Jedi Council faced a difficult decision: execute the rebels or show mercy. They chose exile. Paul and his surviving followers were banished from Republic space forever, stripped of their ranks and cast into the unknown regions to find their own fate. The exiled Dark Jedi wandered through uncharted space for months. Their ships were damaged, their supplies running low. Many began to lose hope. Then they discovered a world that would change galactic history forever: Korriban. This ancient planet was home to a species called the Sith. These red-skinned humanoids had built a primitive but proud civilization. They worshipped dark gods and practiced brutal rituals. Their society was built on strength and the domination of the weak. When the Dark Jedi arrived, the Sith saw something divine in these pale strangers who wielded mystical powers. The Sith believed their god Typhogem had sent these beings to rule over them. They called Ajunta Pall an avatar of their deity. But Paul had different plans. He wasn't content to be worshipped from afar. He wanted to rule. The current Sith king was Hakagram Grouch. This ancient ruler had held power for generations through cunning and brutality. When Paul challenged his authority, Grouch initially laughed. How could these weak off-worlders threaten his throne? The confrontation was swift and decisive. Paul channeled his mastery of the dark side and struck down King Grouch in single combat. The native Sith watched in awe as their seemingly invincible ruler fell before this mysterious stranger. In that moment, Ajunta Pall claimed not just the throne, but the allegiance of an entire species. Paul established his capital on the planet Ziost and declared himself the first Dark Lord of the Sith. He had found the perfect subjects for his experiments. The native Sith were naturally strong in the dark side. Their culture already embraced concepts of power and domination. Under Paul's guidance, they became the foundation of something entirely new. The first Sith Empire was born from this union between the exiled Dark Jedi and the native Sith species. Paul's followers intermarried with the Sith people. They shared their knowledge of the Force while adopting Sith customs and beliefs. Within a generation, the line between conqueror and conquered had blurred completely. Paul spent decades perfecting his dark arts on Korriban and Ziost. He built massive temples dedicated to Sith worship. He trained new generations in the ways of the dark side. Most importantly, he continued his forbidden experiments with Sith alchemy. The techniques the Jedi had banned became the cornerstone of Sith power. Under Paul's rule, the Sith learned to create terrible weapons through the Force. They could twist living creatures into monsters. They developed new forms of Sith magic that would terrify their enemies for millennia. Every technique the Jedi considered forbidden became standard practice in the Sith Empire. The title Genari was bestowed upon Paul by his subjects. This ancient Sith word meant Dark Lord and would be used by Sith rulers for thousands of years to come. Paul had become more than just a king or emperor. He was the founding father of an entire philosophy of power. For decades, Paul ruled his empire from the shadows. The Republic had no idea what was growing in the unknown regions. The Jedi believed their exile had solved the problem permanently. They were wrong. Paul was building something that would threaten the galaxy for millennia. When Ajunta Pall finally died of old age, his body was entombed in the Valley of the Dark Lords on Korriban. This burial ground would become sacred to the Sith. But death did not end Paul's influence. His spirit remained bound to his tomb, waiting for someone worthy to inherit his knowledge. Thousands of years later, during the Jedi Civil War, the legendary Jedi Knight Revan would discover Paul's tomb. The spirit of the first Dark Lord tested this new visitor through trials and combat. In the end, Revan helped Paul find peace, finally allowing the ancient Sith to move on from his earthly concerns. Paul's legacy lived on through the empire he created, the techniques he developed, the philosophy he established. Every Sith Lord who came after him built upon the foundation Ajunta Pall had laid 7,000 years earlier. The path from Jedi to Sith Lord started with Ajunta Pall, a respected master who became obsessed with forbidden power. His fall from grace created an enemy that would plague the galaxy for thousands of years. The eternal conflict between Jedi and Sith began the moment Paul raised his lightsaber against King Grouch on Korriban. From exile to emperor, from Jedi Master to Dark Lord. Ajunta Pall's transformation shows how quickly good intentions can become evil actions. He believed he was advancing knowledge and power for the greater good. Instead, he created a legacy of darkness that would consume countless lives. The Sith Empire Paul founded would eventually challenge the Republic directly. His descendants and students would wage wars that shook the galaxy. All because one Jedi Master couldn't accept that some knowledge was too dangerous to pursue. Ajunta Pall died believing he had achieved something great. He had given the Sith people a new destiny. He had unlocked secrets of the Force the Jedi feared to explore. He had built an empire that would endure for millennia. In his mind, history would remember him as a visionary. But the true cost of Paul's choices wouldn't be known for thousands of years. Every Sith atrocity, every fallen Jedi, every world burned by dark side fanatics. They all trace back to that first moment when Ajunta Pall decided the Jedi Council was wrong and he was right. The first Dark Lord of the Sith had no idea what he was unleashing on the galaxy. He just knew he wanted power. And power is exactly what he found on Korriban, along with the means to pass it on to future generations who would use it to threaten everything the Jedi held dear. Tulak Hord. The early Sith Empire produced many warriors, but none could match the blade of one particular Dark Lord. They called him the Lord of Hate, and his name was Tulak Hord. Centuries after Ajunta Pall established the first Sith Empire, the galaxy had forgotten about the exiled Dark Jedi and their new kingdom. The Republic continued to expand while the Sith built their strength in the shadows. During this time, the Sith Empire reached new heights of power and brutality under leaders who made Pall look tame by comparison. Tulak Hord rose to prominence during the golden age of the ancient Sith Empire. While other Dark Lords focused on politics or sorcery, Hord perfected the art of combat itself. He didn't just want to be powerful, he wanted to be unstoppable with a lightsaber in his hand. From his earliest days as a Sith apprentice, Hord showed abilities that terrified his masters. He could predict his opponent's moves before they made them. His blade work was so precise that veteran warriors would surrender rather than face him in combat. But raw skill wasn't enough for Hord. He wanted to become something beyond mortal limitations. Hord studied every fighting technique known to the Sith. He learned the traditional forms passed down from the ancient Sith species. He incorporated methods stolen from fallen Jedi. Most importantly, he developed his own style that blended lightsaber combat with pure dark side fury. The result was a fighting technique so deadly that future Sith would spend lifetimes trying to recreate it. The dark side flowed through Hord like a river of liquid hatred. He could channel emotions that would drive other beings insane. Rage became his ally. Fear became his weapon. Pain became his strength. Other Sith Lords watched in awe as Hord transformed negative emotions into devastating combat abilities. Hord eventually participated in the ancient Sith tradition called the Kagath, a ritual of vengeance where two Sith would fight to settle disputes or prove dominance. When Tulak Hord fought and won his one and only Kagath, he declared that the name of his opponent would be stricken from history, demonstrating the ultimate victory possible in this tradition. The Republic finally learned about Tulak Hord when his armies began attacking their border worlds. The Jedi Council received reports of a Sith general who could single-handedly break sieges and massacre entire garrisons. At first, they dismissed these stories as exaggerations. No single warrior could be that dangerous. They were wrong. Hord's first major victory against the Republic came at the planet Inn. A force of Jedi Knights had established a siege around a Sith stronghold. They had the fortress surrounded and were slowly starving out the defenders. Victory seemed certain until Tulak Hord arrived. The Sith Dark Lord didn't bring reinforcements. He didn't need them. Hord walked alone into the Jedi siege lines and began cutting down opponents faster than they could react. His black mask made him look like death itself as he moved through their ranks. Within hours, the siege was broken. The surviving Jedi fled in terror. But Hord wasn't finished. He pursued the retreating Jedi to the planet Chabosh, where they had established a temporary base. The Jedi thought they could regroup and plan a counterattack. They never got the chance. Hord arrived like a storm of violence and slaughtered every Jedi on the planet. News of the Chabosh massacre spread throughout the Republic. The Jedi Council realized they were facing something they had never encountered before. This wasn't just another Dark Jedi or Fallen Master. Tulak Hord had become a force of nature dedicated to their destruction. Hord's distinctive black mask became a symbol of terror throughout Republic space. Witnesses described it as a work of art, molded from precious metals and inscribed with Sith runes. The mask served both practical and psychological purposes. It protected his identity while making him appear inhuman to his enemies. Behind the mask, Hord was still recognizably human, but his eyes had changed. They burned with dark side energy that never dimmed. Some claimed you could see the reflection of his victims in those blazing orbs. Others said looking into his eyes was like staring into the depths of the dark side itself. The armies under Hord's command conquered system after system along the Republic border. His tactical genius matched his personal combat skills. He could coordinate massive military campaigns while still leading from the front lines. Soldiers on both sides told stories of seeing their general appear in the middle of the fiercest fighting, cutting down enemies with impossible speed and precision. Hord's influence extended beyond the battlefield. He established training academies where young Sith learned his combat techniques. His teachings in swordwork became the foundation for generations of Sith warriors. Students would spend years studying recordings of his duels, trying to understand the secrets of his success. The phrase, "channel the hatred of Tulak Hord," became common among Sith who wanted to tap into pure combat rage. Speaking his name before battle was believed to grant strength and focus. Even centuries after his death, Sith lords would invoke Hord's memory when facing difficult opponents. One of Hord's most devoted followers was a Deshade assassin named Kem Val. The Deshade were a species naturally resistant to force powers, making them valuable as bodyguards for Sith lords. But Kem Val served Hord out of genuine respect rather than mere duty. He had witnessed his master's abilities firsthand and considered him the perfect embodiment of Sith power. When Tulak Hord finally died, the exact cause remained a mystery. Some claimed he was poisoned by rivals who couldn't defeat him fairly. Others believed he simply burned out from channeling too much dark side energy. A few whispered that he had discovered a way to transfer his consciousness into his tomb, waiting for a worthy successor. Hord's body was entombed in a magnificent burial chamber on Korriban. The tomb was filled with his personal weapons, ancient writings, and most importantly, a holocron containing his combat teachings. But the Dark Lord had prepared one final test for anyone who sought his knowledge. The tomb was loaded with deadly traps designed to kill the unworthy. Poison gas would flood the chambers, hidden blades would spring from the walls, floor panels would collapse into spike-filled pits. Only someone with genuine mastery of the Force could navigate these hazards and reach Hord's inner sanctum. Thousands of years later, during the Jedi Civil War, the legendary Revan would enter Tulak Hord's tomb. The former Jedi Knight had turned to the dark side and was seeking ancient Sith knowledge to fuel his war against the Republic. Revan survived every trap and puzzle in the tomb, proving himself worthy of Hord's legacy. Inside the burial chamber, Revan discovered Hord's famous black mask and his holocron containing centuries of combat wisdom. The spirit of Tulak Hord himself appeared to test this new visitor. Even as a ghost, the ancient Dark Lord radiated the same menacing presence that had terrified his enemies in life. Revan passed Hord's spiritual trial and claimed the mask as his prize. This artifact would become one of the most sought-after relics in Sith history. Wearing Tulak Hord's mask was said to grant the wearer a fraction of his legendary combat prowess. But Hord's influence didn't end with Revan's visit. Even during the later Galactic War, centuries after his death, Hord's spirit manifested on the jungle moon of Yavin 4. His connection to the dark side was so strong that he could appear anywhere touched by Sith power. This phenomenon proved that some Sith lords truly do become eternal through their mastery of the Force. Future generations of Sith would study Tulak Hord's techniques and try to recreate his achievements. The ancient Dark Lord had set a standard for combat excellence that few could match. Darth Traya, one of the most powerful Sith in later eras, once observed that modern duelists were like children playing with toys compared to Tulak Hord's mastery. This comparison wasn't meant as an insult to contemporary Sith. It was a recognition that Hord had achieved something truly special. He had combined natural talent, intense training, and complete dedication to the dark side into a perfect weapon. His legacy lived on in every Sith who picked up a lightsaber and dreamed of matching his legendary skills. Tulak Hord proved that the path to Sith mastery required more than just raw power or political cunning. True greatness came from perfecting your chosen discipline until you transcended normal limitations. For Hord, that discipline was combat, and he pursued it with an obsession that made him one of the most feared beings in galactic history. One wrong turn in hyperspace would trigger the first galactic war between the Sith and the Republic. The man who seized that opportunity was Naga Sadow. 5,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, the Sith Empire had grown strong in the shadows. While the Republic expanded peacefully across the galaxy, the descendants of Ajunta Pall's exiles had built a civilization dedicated to dark side mastery. They had advanced technology, powerful armies, and most importantly, Dark Lords hungry for conquest. Naga Sadow was different from his predecessors like Tulak Hord. Where Hord focused on personal combat, Sadow dreamed bigger. He wanted to expand Sith territory beyond their hidden worlds. He wanted to challenge the Republic directly and claim the galaxy for the dark side. Sadow was a half-breed Sith from the planet Ziost. His mixed heritage gave him advantages that pure-blood Sith lacked. He combined the natural dark side connection of the Sith species with the ambition and creativity of human dark Jedi bloodlines. This combination made him uniquely dangerous. His master was an ancient Sith sorcerer named Simus, but Simus had been killed in battle years earlier, leaving only his severed head preserved through Sith alchemy. Sadow kept his mentor's living head in a special container, consulting with it regularly for advice and knowledge. This macabre arrangement showed Sadow's willingness to use any means necessary to gain power. The Sith Empire was ruled by the ancient Dark Lord Marka Ragnos. For over a century, Ragnos had maintained peace among the quarreling Sith Lords while building their strength. But even the most powerful Sith eventually dies, and Ragnos's time came to an end. At Ragnos's funeral, the question of succession sparked immediate conflict. Two candidates emerged as the strongest contenders for the throne. Naga Sadow represented the expansionist faction that wanted to attack the Republic. His rival, Ludo Kresh, preferred the conservative approach of building Sith strength in isolation. The debate between these two philosophies would have continued indefinitely if fate hadn't intervened. Two Republic hyperspace scouts named Gav and Jori Daragon made a navigation error that brought them into Sith space. For over 1,000 years, the Sith Empire had remained hidden from the galaxy. Now Republic citizens had accidentally discovered their greatest secret. Most Sith lords saw the Darragon siblings as spies who needed to be eliminated immediately. But Sadow recognized an opportunity. He could use these unexpected visitors to justify the war he had always wanted. The question was how to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Sadow secretly helped the Darragons escape from Sith custody, then staged an elaborate deception. He made it appear that Republic forces had attacked Sith territory to rescue the prisoners. This false flag operation gave him exactly the crisis he needed to seize power. The fake Republic attack convinced many Sith lords that war was inevitable. They needed a strong leader who could guide them through the coming conflict. Sadow presented himself as that leader, while Kresh appeared weak and indecisive. The power struggle between them escalated into open violence. Sadow struck first, launching a surprise attack on Kresh's forces. The battle was fierce, but Sadow's superior planning gave him the advantage. Kresh's flagship was destroyed, and the conservative leader was presumed dead. With his main rival eliminated, Naga Sadow claimed the title of Dark Lord of the Sith. Now in control of the Sith Empire, Sadow began preparing for the war he had engineered. He assembled the largest military force in Sith history, gathering ships and warriors from across their territory. But Sadow knew that even this massive army might not be enough to defeat the Republic. The Republic had more worlds, more resources, and more people than the Sith Empire. In a straight fight, the Sith would likely lose. Sadow needed an edge that would multiply his forces' effectiveness. He found that edge in his mastery of Sith sorcery and illusion. Sadow had spent years perfecting techniques that could create false images through the Force. He could make his enemies see armies that didn't exist, fleets that were just shadows, and monsters that were pure imagination. These illusions weren't just tricks. They were weapons that could demoralize enemies and make small forces appear overwhelming. The key to Sadow's illusion mastery was his meditation sphere. This specially designed Sith ship allowed him to focus his power across interstellar distances. From within the sphere, Sadow could coordinate multiple battles simultaneously while projecting his illusions to support his forces. When the Great Hyperspace War began, Sadow's strategy was brilliant in its simplicity. He would attack multiple Republic worlds at once, using his illusions to make each attack appear unstoppable. The Republic wouldn't know where to send reinforcements or how to respond to such overwhelming force. Sadow allowed Jory Darragon to escape back to Republic space, but he placed a tracking device on her ship. When she jumped to hyperspace, Sadow could follow her trail directly to the Republic's core worlds. The Sith Armada emerged from hyperspace without warning, catching the Republic completely unprepared. The simultaneous attacks on Coruscant, Koros, Kirek, and other key systems created panic throughout the Republic. Defenders faced what appeared to be massive Sith fleets, supported by terrifying dark side creatures. The illusions were so convincing that many Republic forces surrendered without fighting. For the Sith, this was their moment of triumph. After over 1,000 years of hiding, they had finally struck back at the Republic that had exiled their ancestors. The humiliation of the 100-year darkness was being avenged on a galactic scale. But Sadow's success contained the seeds of his downfall. The illusions that made his forces appear invincible also made them dependent on his personal concentration. If anything disrupted his meditation, the entire strategy would collapse. That disruption came from an unexpected source. Gav Daragon, the male explorer who had triggered the war, had been taken under Sadow's wing and trained in Sith techniques. Sadow had hoped to use Gav as a weapon against the Republic, but the young man retained loyalty to his home. As Gav witnessed the destruction of Republic worlds, his conscience finally rebelled. He infiltrated Sadow's meditation sphere and attacked the Dark Lord directly. The assault broke Sadow's concentration at the critical moment, causing his illusions to falter across multiple battlefields. Suddenly, Republic defenders realized that many of the Sith ships they faced were phantoms. The overwhelming armadas were revealed as much smaller forces enhanced by Sith trickery. Republic morale surged as they understood the enemy could be beaten. The revelation spread quickly through Republic communication networks. What had seemed like an unstoppable invasion became a manageable threat. The Republic launched a massive counteroffensive, pushing Sith forces back toward their own territory. Sadow recognized that the tide had turned against him. He ordered a general retreat, but the damage was done. The Sith forces were demoralized and scattered. Many of his ships were destroyed or captured during the chaotic withdrawal. Worse yet, Sadow returned to Sith space to find another shock waiting. Ludo Kresh had survived their earlier battle and spent the war building his own power base. While Sadow was fighting the Republic, Kresh had gathered supporters and seized control of the Sith homeworlds. A civil war erupted at the worst possible moment. Sadow's battered fleet faced Kresh's fresh forces while Republic ships pursued them from behind. The Sith Empire tore itself apart just when unity was most needed. Sadow managed to destroy Kresh's flagship, finally eliminating his longtime rival. But the victory was hollow. Republic forces had arrived in the system and were systematically destroying Sith installations. The dream of Sith conquest was crumbling into nightmare. Facing complete defeat, Sadow made a desperate gamble. He ordered his remaining ships to the Denari system, where twin stars burned in close proximity. Using forbidden Sith techniques, Sadow caused one of the stars to go supernova. The explosion was catastrophic. It destroyed most of the pursuing Republic fleet and created enough chaos for Sadow to escape. But the cost was enormous. Entire star systems were sterilized by the blast. The Sith Empire's infrastructure was devastated. With only a handful of loyal followers, Sadow fled to the remote jungle moon of Yavin 4. There, he began building a new stronghold far from Republic eyes. He used Sith alchemy to transform the native Masasi warriors into powerful guardians for his temples. Sadow spent years conducting experiments on Yavin 4, trying to unlock new sources of power. He built elaborate temple complexes that channeled dark side energy. He created weapons and artifacts that would influence future generations of Sith. Eventually, Sadow placed himself in suspended animation, waiting for the right moment to return. He remained in this state for over 600 years, his body preserved by Sith techniques, while his mind dreamed of future conquest. The Dark Lord who would awaken him was Freedon Nadd, a fallen Jedi seeking ancient Sith knowledge. Sadow taught Nadd everything he knew about the dark side, hoping to use him as a weapon against the Republic. But like so many Sith before him, Sadow was betrayed by his own student. Nadd killed his master once he had learned all he could, following the traditional Sith pattern of apprentice overthrowing master. Sadow's body was destroyed, but his teachings and artifacts remained on Yavin 4. These relics would later influence other fallen Jedi, like Exar Kun. The Great Hyperspace War ended in defeat for the Sith, but Naga Sadow had changed galactic history forever. He proved that the Sith could threaten the Republic directly. He established patterns of Sith warfare that would be used for millennia. Most importantly, he ensured that Sith knowledge would survive to corrupt future generations. Sadow's legacy lived on in the temples he built, the weapons he created, and the techniques he developed. The jungle moon that served as his final refuge would eventually become the secret base of the Rebel Alliance, built unknowingly on foundations laid by one of the galaxy's greatest villains. The first Sith invasion of the Republic had failed, but it wouldn't be the last. Naga Sadow had shown that the dark side could challenge the light on a galactic scale. Future Sith Lords would study his methods, learn from his mistakes, and eventually succeed where he had failed. Freedon Nadd. When darkness seems defeated, it often just goes underground. The Sith Empire had fallen, but its legacy remained, waiting for the right soul to nurture it back to life. 600 years after Naga Sadow's failed invasion, the galaxy believed the Sith were finished. The Republic had expanded peacefully while the Jedi Order rebuilt its strength. Most assumed the dark teachings were lost to history, existing only in restricted archives and whispered warnings to Jedi younglings. They were wrong. Around 4400 BBY, a talented Jedi Knight named Freedon Nadd grew frustrated with what he saw as limitations in Jedi teaching. The Order preached patience and restraint. Nadd wanted power and answers. This discontent festered until he finally did the unthinkable. He killed his own master in a fit of rage. The murder shattered something inside Nadd. He had crossed a line that no true Jedi could ever cross. Instead of feeling remorse, he felt liberated. The guilt that should have consumed him transformed into anger at the Jedi who had held him back. He abandoned the Order altogether and set out to find teachings they had forbidden. His search led him to rumors of ancient Sith wisdom scattered across the galaxy. Though the Sith Empire had been destroyed, stories persisted of hidden knowledge caches on remote worlds. Nadd followed these whispers to Yavin 4, the jungle moon where Naga Sadow had built his final stronghold. There, among crumbling temples overgrown by dense vegetation, Nadd made a discovery that would change galactic history. Naga Sadow himself still existed, preserved in suspended animation through dark side techniques. The last Dark Lord of the old Sith Empire had been waiting centuries for someone worthy to continue his legacy. Sadow recognized potential in the fallen Jedi. Here was someone who had already taken the first step down the dark path by killing his own teacher. Sadow emerged from his long sleep and took Freedon Nadd as his apprentice, eager to pass on his accumulated knowledge and hatred. For years, Nadd absorbed everything the ancient Dark Lord could teach him. He learned Sith sorcery that could bend minds and twist reality. He mastered alchemy that could transform living beings into monsters. He studied the history of the Sith Empire and the techniques that had made it powerful. Most importantly, Sadow taught Nadd how to extend his life through the dark side. Death need not be the end for those strong enough to cheat it. This knowledge would prove crucial for Nadd's future plans. He intended to rule for far longer than any normal human lifespan would allow. The relationship between master and apprentice followed the predictable Sith pattern. Once Nadd had learned all he believed Sadow could teach, he turned on his mentor. The confrontation was swift and brutal. Nadd struck down the ancient Dark Lord, proving that the student had surpassed the teacher. With Sadow's death, the last direct link to the original Sith Empire was severed, but the knowledge had been successfully passed to a new generation. Nadd gathered the most powerful artifacts from Yavin 4 and set out to find a world he could rule without Republic interference. He found that world in Onderon, a planet far from the galactic core where civilization was still developing. The people lived in a single-walled city called Iziz, constantly under siege from dangerous beasts that roamed the wilderness. It was the perfect laboratory for testing Sith domination techniques. Freedon Nadd conquered Onderon with terrifying ease. Using his newly acquired powers, he subjugated the population and established himself as both king and Dark Lord. Those who opposed him were cast into the wilderness to be devoured by the creatures outside. Those who served were rewarded with protection behind the city walls. What made Nadd particularly dangerous was the longevity of his reign. Through Sith techniques learned from Sadow, he extended his life far beyond normal human limits. For over a century, Nadd ruled Onderon as an immortal god-king. Generations were born, lived, and died, knowing only his dark influence. Under Nadd's rule, Onderonian society was completely reshaped. He built a culture where strength was valued above all else, and the dark side was worshipped openly. The royal bloodline he established carried both his genetic legacy and his Sith teachings forward through the generations. Nadd used his mastery of Sith sorcery to control both people and beasts. He could bend the minds of his subjects, making them fanatically loyal to his rule. More impressively, he tamed the savage creatures that had terrorized Onderon for generations. Under his influence, these monsters became weapons to enforce his will. The planet became a testing ground for dark side experiments that would have horrified the Jedi. Nadd practiced techniques of mind control, genetic manipulation, and force domination on his unwilling subjects. Each success added to his knowledge and power. When Freedon Nadd finally died, his physical form was entombed beneath the royal palace in Iziz. But death did not end his influence. Nadd had grown so powerful in the dark side that his spirit remained, bound to his tomb and ready to guide his descendants. This created something new in galactic history. While the Sith Empire was gone, a cult devoted to Sith teachings now controlled an entire planet. The Naddists, as they came to be known, worshipped Freedon Nadd as a god-king and followed his dark side teachings religiously. For centuries, Nadd's ghost continued to influence Onderonian politics from beyond the grave. His descendants ruled through a combination of inherited power and spiritual guidance from their undead ancestor. The royal family maintained his traditions even as the rest of the galaxy forgot the Sith had ever existed. Over time, Onderonian society fractured along lines Nadd himself had created. Inside the walls of Iziz, those loyal to the royal family lived in relative comfort under the protection of Nadd's dark teachings. Those who rejected his rule were banished to the wilderness. But humans are adaptable creatures. Some of the exiles survived by learning to tame and ride the flying beasts native to Onderon. These beast riders developed their own culture in opposition to the dark side worshippers of Iziz. For generations, they waged guerrilla warfare against the city. By 4000 BBY, These beast wars had become a constant feature of Onderonian life. The conflict drew attention from beyond the planet when the Jedi Order finally became aware of the dark side presence festering there. Master Arca Jeth led a delegation to intervene and restore peace. The Jedi found themselves facing more than just civil war. Queen Aminoa, a direct descendant of Freedon Nadd, openly channeled his dark powers to maintain control. When Beast Riders launched their final assault on Iziz with Jedi support, Aminoa retreated to Nadd's tomb to draw on his spirit directly. The Battle of Iziz might have ended differently if the Queen's gambit had succeeded. But Master Arca Jeth used his considerable light side power to neutralize Nadd's influence temporarily. Without the dark side to sustain her, Queen Aminoa perished and the Beast Riders claimed victory. The Jedi believed they had ended Onderon's nightmare, but Nadd's corruption ran deeper than they realized. King Omin, the elderly husband of Queen Aminoa, had been hiding his own connection to the ancient Sith Lord. While appearing frail and dependent on life support, he had actually been growing stronger through secret communion with Nadd's spirit. 2 years later, Omin emerged to lead what history records as the Freedon Nadd Uprising. With the Ghost's guidance, he rallied the remaining Naddist cultists and launched a campaign to reclaim Onderon. Their first shocking act was stealing Nadd's sarcophagus from the Jedi, who were preparing to relocate it off-world. The uprising gained momentum rapidly as Nadd's followers revealed powers they had kept hidden for decades. When Master Arca Jeth attempted to confront King Omin, the aged Sith disciple revealed his true strength. Drawing on Nadd's spirit, he captured the Jedi Master and held him prisoner. The situation became dire enough that additional Jedi were dispatched to Onderon. In the final confrontation that followed, they faced both Omin and the spirit of Freedon Nadd himself. After fierce fighting, the Jedi prevailed. Omin was defeated, and Master Arca Jeth used his power to banish Nadd's ghost from Onderon permanently. But Freedon Nadd, recognizing that his influence on Onderon was ending, made one final move to preserve Sith knowledge. Before his spirit was banished, he encountered 2 visitors who had come seeking dark side teachings. Satal and Alima Keto were aristocrats from the Empress Teta system with hunger for power that reminded Nadd of himself. Nadd passed crucial Sith knowledge to the Ketos, who managed to escape Onderon with ancient scrolls and artifacts. This seemingly small event would have galaxy-spanning consequences. The Ketos would return to their home system and use their new knowledge to form the Krath cult. Meanwhile, the Jedi took drastic steps to end Onderon's dark legacy once and for all. They moved Freedon Nadd's remains to the planet's moon, Duxin, believing the isolation would prevent future cultists from accessing his tomb. This decision would prove both wise and insufficient. Even on Duxin, Nadd's tomb remained a nexus of dark side power. The sarcophagus radiated malevolent energy that could be felt by sensitive beings from orbit. The Jedi had contained the immediate threat, but they could not destroy the knowledge Nadd had already spread. Years later, another fallen Jedi would seek out Nadd's tomb on Duxin. Exar Kun, consumed by arrogance and hunger for forbidden knowledge, made contact with the ancient spirit. Nadd saw in Kun an opportunity to influence galactic events once again. The ghost guided Kun through trials on Korriban and Yavin 4, teaching him secrets that had been lost for millennia. But like Naga Sadow before him, Nadd underestimated his student's ambition and power. When Kun had learned all he needed, he destroyed Nadd's spirit completely, following the eternal pattern of Sith betrayal. Freedon Nadd's final destruction came at the hands of the very student he had hoped to use as his instrument of revenge. But his influence had already set in motion events that would shake the galaxy. The Krath cult he had inspired and the knowledge he had passed to Exar Kun would soon plunge the Republic into another devastating war. The fallen Jedi, who had started as a single angry student, had created a legacy that spanned centuries. His corruption of Onderon had shown how completely the dark side could dominate a world. His preservation of Sith knowledge had bridged the gap between the ancient empire and its eventual resurgence. Freedon Nadd proved that the Sith could survive even the complete destruction of their civilization. As long as their teachings existed somewhere in the galaxy, there would always be those tempted to embrace the dark side. His story was a warning that would go unheeded until it was far too late. Arrogance has destroyed more Jedi than any Sith blade ever could. In 3996 BBY, that arrogance belonged to a young Jedi Knight named Exar Kun, who would become the most devastating Dark Lord since Naga Sadow. Kun was everything the Jedi Order prized in a student. He was gifted with the Force, brilliant in his studies, and showed natural leadership abilities. But these same qualities that made him special also made him dangerous. Kun believed he was destined for greatness beyond what the conservative Jedi Council would allow. Like Freedon Nadd before him, Kun grew frustrated with what he saw as arbitrary restrictions on his learning. The Jedi taught that some knowledge was too dangerous to pursue, but Kun disagreed. He believed that understanding the dark side would make him better able to fight it. This logic would prove to be his downfall. Kun's obsession with forbidden knowledge led him to seek out Sith teachings that the Jedi had tried to bury. He learned about the recent events on Onderon, where Freedon Nadd's spirit had been banished by the Jedi. Rather than seeing this as a warning, Kun saw it as an opportunity to claim abandoned power. Against the direct orders of the Jedi Council, Kun traveled to Onderon to investigate the lingering dark side presence there. He found Nadd's relocated tomb on the moon Duxon, where the ancient spirit had been waiting for someone exactly like him. A promising young Jedi whose pride made him vulnerable to corruption. Nadd's ghost recognized Kun's potential immediately. Here was a student far more powerful than the Keto siblings he had previously instructed. With careful manipulation, Nadd could use Kun to accomplish what he had never managed in life: the complete domination of the Republic and the destruction of the Jedi Order. The Spirit began Kun's education by testing his resolve and commitment to seeking forbidden knowledge. Nadd guided him through dangerous trials that pushed the young Jedi to his limits. Each test required Kun to embrace more of the dark side to survive, gradually pulling him away from the light. From Duxon, Nadd directed Kun to Korriban, the ancient Sith homeworld. There, in the tombs of long-dead Dark Lords, Kun faced his greatest trial yet. The burial chambers were filled with traps and guardian creatures that had been designed to kill the unworthy. Only someone willing to fully embrace the dark side could survive. Kun found himself crushed under a collapsing ceiling in one of the ancient tombs. As death approached, he faced a choice that would define his future. He could die as a Jedi, maintaining his principles even in defeat. Or he could surrender to the dark side and live as something else entirely. He chose to live. The moment Kun accepted the dark side, his injuries healed and his strength returned. But the price he paid was his soul. The proud Jedi Knight died in that tomb, replaced by something hungry for power and vengeance against those who had tried to limit him. Nadd continued to guide the newly fallen Kun to Yavin 4, where Naga Sadow's ancient temples still stood among the jungle growth. There, surrounded by artifacts and knowledge from the old Sith Empire, Kun completed his transformation. He declared himself the new Dark Lord of the Sith and began building a power base to challenge the galaxy. But Kun proved even more ambitious than Nadd had expected. When the ancient spirit tried to possess his student's body, Kun turned his newfound power against his teacher. In a display of tremendous dark side energy, he destroyed Freedon Nadd's spirit completely. The student had surpassed the master in the most decisive way possible. Now the sole heir to millennia of Sith knowledge, Kun began recruiting others to his cause. He reached out to fallen Jedi and dark side cults across the galaxy, promising them power and freedom from the restrictions that had held them back. His charisma and evident strength drew followers who became the foundation of a new Sith Brotherhood. The most important convert to Kun's cause was Ulic Qel-Droma, a Jedi Knight who had infiltrated the Krath cult on an undercover mission. The Krath had been corrupted by the knowledge Freedon Nadd had passed to the Keto siblings years earlier, and they proved skilled at turning Jedi to their cause through poison and seduction. Qel-Droma's fall to the dark side brought Kun a powerful ally and access to the Krath's resources. Together, they forged an alliance that combined Kun's Sith knowledge, the Krath's political influence, and eventually even the military might of the Mandalorian warriors. This coalition would prove capable of challenging the Republic directly. The Great Sith War began with coordinated strikes against Republic targets across the galaxy. Unlike previous Sith conflicts that had focused on single objectives, this war was fought on multiple fronts simultaneously. Kun's strategic mind had learned from the failures of earlier Dark Lords like Naga Sadow. One of Kun's most audacious moves was his assault on the Jedi library world of Ossus. This planet contained thousands of years of accumulated Jedi knowledge, including dangerous texts that the Order had kept locked away from public access. Kun personally led the attack, seeking to claim this forbidden knowledge for his own use. During the battle for Ossus, Kun confronted the ancient Jedi Master Odan-Ur, who had served as the library's guardian for centuries. The duel between the fallen Jedi and the elderly master was swift and brutal. Kun struck down Odan-Ur and claimed the Sith holocrons and texts that the Jedi had been protecting. But Kun's most shocking act came when he infiltrated the Republic capital of Coruscant itself. In a display of boldness, he walked into the Senate chambers during a full session and used Sith sorcery to assassinate the Supreme Chancellor in front of hundreds of witnesses. The murder of the Republic's leader sent shockwaves throughout the galaxy. Never before had the Sith struck so directly at the heart of galactic government. Kun's message was clear. Nowhere was safe from his reach, and no one was beyond his power to eliminate. During his escape from the Senate building, Kun encountered his former Jedi Master, Vodo Siosk Bas. The elderly teacher had come to Coruscant hoping to reason with his fallen student and bring him back to the light. Instead, he found a monster wearing the face of the young man he had once trained. The duel between master and former student was heartbreaking for both participants. Vodosiosk Bas still saw traces of the good man Kun had once been and held back, hoping to redeem rather than destroy him. Kun felt no such restraint. He had invented a new weapon for the occasion, a double-bladed lightsaber that gave him advantages in combat no Jedi was prepared for. The weapon that would later become associated with Darth Maul made its first appearance in Kun's hands as he struck down the teacher who had once believed in him. The symbolism was clear. The old ways were dead, and the Sith represented the future of Force users in the galaxy. Kun's war machine continued to roll across Republic space, conquering systems and turning captured Jedi to his cause. But his ultimate goal wasn't just military victory. He wanted to corrupt the Jedi Order itself, turning it into an instrument of dark side power under his leadership. The most devastating example of this strategy came when Kun infiltrated the Jedi Temple on Coruscant and spoke to the gathered apprentices. Using his charisma and power, he persuaded many young Jedi to join his brotherhood. Those who resisted his arguments, he killed on the spot. The apprentices who followed Kun returned to their masters and murdered them in their sleep, dealing the Jedi Order a terrible blow from within. This act of corruption and betrayal showed Kun's understanding that the greatest weapon against the Jedi was the Jedi themselves. For a time, it seemed the Sith might actually succeed where all previous attempts had failed. Kun's Brotherhood controlled large portions of the galaxy. The Republic government was in chaos following the Chancellor's assassination, and the Jedi Order was reeling from internal betrayals. But the alliance between Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma began to crack under the pressure of their success. During a battle on Ossus, Qel-Droma faced his own brother in lightsaber combat. Though his sibling only sought to reason with him, Ulic struck him down in anger, killing the last connection to his former life. The shock of fratricide broke something in Qel-Droma's mind. The moment of clarity that followed allowed Jedi Knight Nomi Sunrider to use her unique abilities to cut him off from the Force entirely. Stripped of his power and faced with the reality of what he had done, Ulic turned away from the dark side. Captured and seeking redemption, Qel-Droma revealed the location of Kun's stronghold on Yavin 4 to the Republic forces. This betrayal gave the Jedi and Republic military their first real chance to end the war by striking at its source. With Republic forces closing in on his jungle fortress, Kun knew his physical defeat was inevitable, but he had no intention of truly dying. The ancient Sith temples on Yavin 4 had taught him techniques that could preserve his essence beyond bodily death. In a ritual of unspeakable horror, Kun gathered the native Masasi people who had served him faithfully for years. These beings, descendants of Naga Sadow's experiments, had been transformed into powerful warriors and loyal servants. Now Kun used them as fuel for his final desperate gambit. He sacrificed every Masasi on the moon, channeling their life energy to separate his spirit from his failing body. As Republic forces landed on Yavin 4, they felt the dark ritual in progress, but arrived too late to stop it. Led by Nomi Sunrider, the assembled Jedi created what they called a wall of light, combining their powers to contain and counteract Kun's dark side energy. The collision of light and dark forces created a firestorm that swept across the moon's surface, seemingly destroying everything in its path. The Jedi believed they had destroyed Exar Kun completely. In reality, his spirit had been trapped within the ancient temples, neither fully alive nor truly dead. There he would remain dormant for thousands of years, waiting for another generation of Jedi to accidentally awaken him. The Great Sith War ended with Kun's apparent destruction, but the cost had been enormous. Billions had died in the fighting. The Jedi Order had suffered losses not seen in generations. The great library world of Ossus had been devastated, with much accumulated knowledge lost forever. Perhaps most significantly, Kun had proven that the Sith could threaten the galaxy even without the massive infrastructure of the ancient Sith Empire. A single powerful Dark Lord with sufficient knowledge and charisma could build a coalition capable of challenging the Republic directly. The techniques Kun developed, from his double-bladed lightsaber to his methods of corrupting Jedi apprentices, would influence dark side users for millennia to come. His fusion of ancient Sith knowledge with contemporary tactics created a template that future Sith Lords would study and adapt. Even in defeat, Exar Kun had changed the nature of the conflict between light and dark. He had shown that the Sith were not just external enemies to be fought on battlefields, but internal corruptors who could turn the Jedi's own students against them. The proud young Jedi who had believed he could safely study the dark side had become one of the most destructive forces in galactic history. His story would serve as a warning for future generations about the dangers of arrogance and the seductive power of forbidden knowledge. But warnings are easily forgotten when new generations of Jedi face the same temptations that had destroyed Exar Kun. The spirit trapped in the temples of Yavin 4 would eventually find new students to corrupt, proving that some evils can never be truly destroyed, only contained until they find fresh souls to consume. Heroes can fall farther than villains ever rise. The galaxy would learn this lesson through one man whose name would become synonymous with both salvation and destruction. 20 years after the Great Sith War ended with Exar Kun's defeat, the Republic faced a new crisis that would dwarf the previous conflict. The Mandalorians, a warrior culture whose fighters had allied with Kun, launched a massive invasion of Republic space. This wasn't just another raid or border skirmish. This was systematic conquest. Under the leadership of Mandalore the Ultimate, these armored warriors overwhelmed planetary defenses with brutal efficiency. World after world fell to their advancing forces. Millions died. Millions more became refugees fleeing the Mandalorian war machine that seemed unstoppable. The Jedi Council watched this growing catastrophe with deep concern but hesitated to act. They were still recovering from the devastation of Kun's war. The Council feared another major conflict might destroy what remained of their order. They counseled patience and suggested the Republic military should handle the threat alone. This cautious approach infuriated many younger Jedi who watched helplessly as systems burned. Among them was a charismatic knight named Revan. Alongside his close friend Alec, Revan argued passionately that the Jedi had a duty to defend the innocent, regardless of the Council's fears. When the Council maintained their position of staying out of the war, Revan made a choice that would change galactic history. He would go to war anyway. Gathering like-minded Jedi who shared his convictions, Revan formed a group that came to be called the Revanchists. These Jedi volunteers joined Republic forces on the front lines, directly defying their leaders' orders. Under Revan's command, the tide of war slowly began to turn. He proved to be a brilliant military strategist, developing tactics that neutralized Mandalorian advantages and exploited their cultural weaknesses. Revan studied how his enemies fought, then twisted their own methods against them. As the campaign progressed, something changed in Revan. The idealistic Jedi, who had set out to save the Republic, became harder and more calculating. He began making sacrifices that other commanders couldn't stomach. Individual battles became acceptable losses if they served the larger strategy. Most noticeably, Revan started wearing a distinctive mask that had belonged to a fallen Mandalorian woman. He claimed it was a symbol of his commitment to the war, but those close to him noticed he never removed it in public anymore. Some wondered if the mask was hiding more than just his face. The war reached its climax at Malachor V, a planet on the edge of known space. Revan lured the main Mandalorian fleet to this world, then sprung a trap that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He activated a superweapon called the Mass Shadow Generator. The device created a gravity anomaly so powerful it crushed both the Mandalorian fleet and a significant portion of the Republic forces that Revan had deliberately left behind as bait. The Battle of Malachor V broke the Mandalorians completely, but at a cost that horrified everyone who witnessed it. Revan personally defeated Mandalore the Ultimate in single combat, claiming the fallen leader's mask as a trophy to add to his collection. The surviving Mandalorians surrendered unconditionally. The Republic celebrated Revan as a hero who had accomplished what the Jedi Council wouldn't even attempt. But victory came with a terrible price that few understood at the time. Malachor V held secrets far more dangerous than any Mandalorian weapon. After the battle, Revan discovered the planet housed ancient Sith installations dating back to the Old Empire. Within those ruins, he found teachings and artifacts that called to something dark growing inside him. The war had already pushed Revan toward ruthless pragmatism over Jedi principles. Now, surrounded by Sith knowledge and still processing the trauma of what he had done, Revan took his final steps toward the dark side. The hero who had saved the Republic was about to become its greatest threat. After Malachor, Revan and his closest companion Alec told the Republic they were pursuing fleeing Mandalorian forces into unexplored space. This was partially true, but their real mission was investigating rumors of a hidden Sith presence beyond the galaxy's borders. In the darkness of uncharted regions, Revan and Alec made a discovery that would reshape their destinies. They found a secret Sith empire that had been growing in strength for over 1,000 years. This was the true enemy that had been manipulating galactic events from the shadows. When Revan and Alec encountered the Sith Emperor who ruled this hidden realm, they were completely outmatched. The ancient Dark Lord dominated their minds with ease, bending the two former Jedi to serve his will. He sent them back to Republic space as his agents, tasked with finding an ancient superweapon for his planned invasion. Revan and Alec dutifully tracked down their target, an immense space station called the Star Forge. This Rakatan artifact could draw energy directly from a nearby star, using it to create an endless supply of ships, droids, and weapons. It was the perfect tool for conquest, but it came with a hidden danger. The Star Forge was infused with dark side energy that corrupted anyone who used it extensively. What happened next remains debated by historians. Some believe Revan and Alec broke free of the Emperor's control, but were corrupted by the station itself. Others suggest they had already fallen and simply seized the weapon for their own ambitions. Whatever the truth, around 3959 BBY, the two former Jedi declared themselves Dark Lords of the Sith. Revan claimed the title of Master, while Alec became his apprentice and took the name Darth Malak. They had found their calling in the dark side's promise of unlimited power. Using the Starforge's production capabilities, they built a massive armada unlike anything the galaxy had seen. With this fleet, augmented by fallen Jedi who had followed Revan during the Mandalorian Wars, they established what became known as Revan's Sith Empire. The Jedi Civil War that followed was particularly devastating because it struck from within. Revan knew Republic defenses intimately, having helped design many of them. He understood Jedi tactics because he had once been their greatest general. This inside knowledge made his attacks frighteningly effective. Revan's approach differed from previous Sith strategies. Where earlier Dark Lords had focused on destruction and conquest, Revan wanted to capture the Republic intact. He targeted key infrastructure and strategic systems while avoiding unnecessary devastation. He wasn't trying to rule over ashes. For the Jedi Order, this new conflict was their worst nightmare. Many of their own knights had turned against them, including some of their most talented students. The Order found itself fighting former friends and colleagues who knew all their weaknesses and techniques. The war might have ended with complete Sith victory, if not for a dramatic turn of events. During a Jedi strike mission against Revan's flagship, his apprentice Malak saw an opportunity for advancement. Instead of defending his master, Malak ordered his own ships to fire on Revan's bridge. The attack left Revan critically injured and unconscious. The Jedi strike team, led by a talented young knight named Bastila Shan, managed to evacuate with Revan's broken body before the flagship was destroyed. Malak assumed his master was dead and immediately claimed leadership of the Sith forces. What happened next remains one of the most controversial decisions in Jedi history. Rather than executing Revan or allowing him to die from his injuries, the Council chose a different path. They used their powers to heal his shattered mind, but erased his memories in the process. The Council gave Revan a new identity as a loyal Republic soldier, hoping to use his natural abilities and subconscious knowledge against Malak. They believed they could turn the former Sith Lord into a weapon for the light side, though they kept his true identity secret. Darth Malak continued the war with less subtlety than his predecessor. Where Revan had been surgical in his approach, Malak was brutal and direct. He ordered entire planets bombarded from orbit if they resisted Sith rule. His methods spread terror, but also galvanized opposition to his regime. The amnesiac Revan, unaware of his past, found himself drawn into the search for the Starforge alongside Bastila Shan and other companions. Through their journey across the galaxy, Revan gradually recovered fragments of his lost abilities and memories. Eventually, the truth of his identity was revealed in a confrontation that forced Revan to confront the legacy of his actions as a Sith Lord. The moment of revelation could have gone either way. Would he embrace his dark past or reject it in favor of redemption? Revan chose the light. Whether due to the Jedi's memory manipulation or genuine change of heart, he turned away from the Sith path and committed himself to stopping the empire he had created. This decision led to a final confrontation with his former apprentice. The duel between Revan and Malak aboard the Starforge was a battle between former friends who had chosen different paths. Master faced apprentice in a conflict that would determine the fate of the galaxy. In the end, Revan proved stronger, striking down Malak and ending the immediate Sith threat. With the Star Forge destroyed and Malak dead, Revan's Sith Empire quickly collapsed. The remaining Sith forces scattered or went into hiding. The Republic had survived another existential threat, though at enormous cost in lives and resources. But Revan's story didn't end with his redemption. Years later, he began recovering memories of the true Sith Empire hidden in deep space. The threat that had originally corrupted him and Malak was still out there, growing stronger and preparing for invasion. Revan made the difficult decision to venture into the unknown regions again, this time to confront the Sith Emperor directly. According to some accounts, he was captured and held prisoner for 3 centuries, his life force slowly drained to sustain his captor's immortality. When Revan finally escaped or was freed, he had become something between light and dark. His experiences had fractured his identity, creating conflicting personalities that represented different aspects of his nature. The unified hero and villain had become a walking contradiction. In his final acts, Revan attempted to destroy the Sith Emperor through extreme methods that threatened innocent lives. Only through the intervention of both Jedi and Sith was he finally stopped. In death, the light and dark aspects of his personality were reconciled, allowing him to find peace at last. Revan's influence on galactic history cannot be overstated. His tactics and strategies were studied by military leaders for generations. His philosophical writings influenced both Jedi and Sith thinkers. Most importantly, his story showed that redemption was possible even for those who had fallen furthest into darkness. Future Sith lords like Darth Bane would study Revan's methods and learn from both his successes and failures. The techniques he developed, the questions he raised about the nature of power and sacrifice, and the example he set for turning victory into defeat through overconfidence all became part of Sith tradition. Revan proved that the line between hero and villain was thinner than most people believed. The same qualities that made him a great Jedi general also made him a devastating Sith Lord. His journey from light to dark and back again became a template for understanding how good people can do terrible things and still find their way back to redemption. The masked figure who had saved the Republic nearly destroyed it and then saved it again, left a complex legacy that defied simple categorization. Revan was neither purely good nor purely evil, but something more human than either extreme. His story reminded the galaxy that everyone, no matter how far they fall, retains the capacity to choose a better path. Some wounds never heal. They only grow deeper until they consume everything around them. The galaxy would learn this through a being who had become hunger itself. In the aftermath of the Jedi Civil War, the Republic struggled to rebuild while scattered Sith forces fought each other for control of the fragments. But among the survivors of these conflicts, something far more dangerous was taking shape. A wound in the Force that had been created at Malachor V was growing stronger, and it was hungry. The man who would become Darth Nihilus had once been an ordinary person caught in the crossfire of the Mandalorian Wars. He survived the cataclysm at Malachor V when Revan activated the mass shadow generator, but the experience changed him in ways that defied understanding. The superweapon didn't just destroy ships and armies. It tore holes in the fabric of the Force itself. Those holes became echoes in the survivors, creating voids where the Force should have been. Most people who suffered this fate simply died, unable to exist without their natural connection to the life energy that bound the galaxy together. But a few, through sheer will or terrible luck, survived to become something else entirely. Nihilus was one of these hollow survivors. The trauma of Malachor V had stripped away his connection to the Force, leaving behind an emptiness that demanded to be filled. But instead of accepting this loss, he learned to feed on the Force energy of others. What began as a desperate attempt to survive became an insatiable hunger that defined his entire existence. He was discovered by Darth Traya, a former Jedi Master who had established a secret academy on Malachor V to study the nature of the Force and its weaknesses. Traya was building a new kind of Sith order, one dedicated to understanding and potentially destroying the Force itself. She saw potential in Nihilus and his unique condition. Under Traya's guidance, Nihilus learned to control and focus his hunger. He discovered he could drain the life force from individual beings, then groups, then entire populations. Each feeding made him stronger, while also making him more dependent on the energy of others. He was becoming a living void that could never be satisfied. Traya paired Nihilus with another student, a broken Sith Lord named Darth Sion, who had learned to cheat death through pain and hatred. Together they formed what would become known as the Sith Triumvirate, with Traya as their master and teacher. But the dynamic between the three was unstable from the beginning. Nihilus and Sion eventually grew tired of Traya's philosophical approach to the Sith. They wanted action, not endless debate about the nature of the Force. In a betrayal that shocked even other Sith, the two apprentices turned on their master. They severed Traya's connection to the Force and cast her out of the academy. With Traya gone, Nihilus and Sion divided the remaining Sith forces between them and began what history would remember as the First Jedi Purge. Their goal wasn't conquest or political power. They wanted to eliminate the Jedi Order completely, hunting down and killing every Force-sensitive being they could find. Nihilus proved to be uniquely suited for this campaign of extermination. His ability to sense and consume Force energy made him the perfect weapon against Jedi. He could track them across the galaxy, drawn to their power like a predator following a scent trail. No amount of hiding or meditation could mask their presence from his hunger. The technique that made Nihilus truly terrifying was his ability to drain life on a planetary scale. He had learned to extend his feeding beyond individuals to encompass entire worlds. When he sensed a concentration of Force users, he could devour all life on the planet from orbit, leaving behind nothing but empty husks. His most infamous demonstration of this power came at the world of Qatar. The Miraluka colony had been chosen by surviving Jedi as a meeting place to discuss the growing Sith threat. They believed the remote location and the natural Force sensitivity of the Miraluka people would provide protection from their enemies. Nihilus sensed the gathering from across the galaxy and traveled to Qatar aboard his flagship, the Ravager. Standing on the bridge of his massive cruiser, he extended his consciousness toward the planet below and began to feed. The process was horrific to witness. Every living being on Qatar simply collapsed as their life force was drained away. Plants withered. Animals died where they stood. The gathered Jedi Masters found themselves powerless to resist as their energy was pulled from their bodies and consumed by the hunger above them. In a matter of minutes, an entire world died. Billions of lives were extinguished to satisfy the appetite of a single being who had become more force of nature than person. The only survivor was a Miraluka woman named Visas Ma, whom Nihilus deliberately spared for reasons known only to himself. Nihilus took Visas as his apprentice, though the relationship was more like that between a master and a pet. He had created a force bond with her during the destruction of her world, linking their life energies together. She served him not out of loyalty, but because she literally could not exist without him. With each feeding, Nihilus grew more powerful, but also more dependent on the consumption of others. His physical body began to decay as his essence became increasingly separated from mortal flesh. Eventually, only his will and his armor held his spirit together in a recognizable form. The mask he wore became more than just a symbol of his identity. It was a necessity, an anchor point that kept his consciousness from dissolving completely into the void he had become. Behind that pale facade, there was nothing left of the man he had once been. Nihilus could no longer speak in any language that living beings could understand. The sounds he made were described as alien and disturbing, like echoes from beyond death itself. Those who heard his voice said it reminded them of the whispers of the void, speaking in tongues that predated civilization. The Jedi Order found itself facing an enemy unlike any they had encountered before. Traditional combat techniques were useless against someone who could drain their strength simply by being in the same star system. Many Jedi went into hiding, severing their connection to the Force to avoid detection. But hiding only delayed the inevitable. Nihilus was patient and thorough in his hunting. He systematically searched the galaxy for any trace of Force sensitivity, following leads and rumors to track down survivors. The Jedi Order, which had endured for thousands of years, was being methodically exterminated by a single being's endless appetite. The situation seemed hopeless until an unexpected factor entered the equation. The Jedi exile, a woman named Mitra Surik, had returned to the galaxy after years of wandering. Like Nihilus, she had been wounded at Malachor 5, but her injury had manifested differently. Surik had become a void in the Force, but unlike Nihilus, she had learned to form connections with others that allowed her to feel the Force through them. She was neither fully cut off from the power nor dependent on consuming it. This unique condition made her immune to Nihilus's primary weapon. When Nihilus finally encountered Surik, he found himself facing someone he could not drain. Her presence disrupted his feeding in ways he had never experienced. For the first time since his transformation, he felt something approaching vulnerability. The confrontation took place aboard the Ravager above the world of Telos 4. Nihilus had come to consume the planet, which was rich in Force energy due to ongoing restoration efforts. Surik, accompanied by her companions including the redeemed Visas Ma, boarded the massive ship to stop him. The battle was unlike any lightsaber duel in history. Nihilus wielded powers that went beyond traditional Sith abilities, trying to drain not just his opponents, but the very life from the ship around them. But Surik's unique nature protected her allies, creating a bubble of stability in the feeding storm. Visas Ma's presence also weakened Nihilus in unexpected ways. The Force bond he had created with her after destroying her world worked both ways. Her growing connection to the light side of the Force through Surik began to undermine his hold on the dark power that sustained him. In the end, the Lord of Hunger fell to conventional weapons wielded by unconventional opponents. Without his ability to drain his enemies, Nihilus proved to be less formidable than his reputation suggested. His dependence on consuming others had become a critical weakness when faced with those he could not feed upon. When Nihilus died, his spirit let out a sound that those present described as the screaming of 1,000 voices. His armor collapsed empty, no longer held together by the will that had animated it. The man who had consumed worlds was finally consumed by his own emptiness. The Ravager was destroyed along with its master, ensuring that no trace of Nihilus's presence could corrupt future generations. But his influence on the galaxy extended far beyond his death. The techniques he had developed, the weapons he had created, and the knowledge he had accumulated all became part of Sith lore. Future Dark Lords would study Nihilus's methods and try to recreate his abilities. The concept of draining life force became a coveted skill among Sith, though few could match his mastery of the technique. His mask and other artifacts were said to retain traces of his power, tempting those who sought to understand the ultimate expression of dark side hunger. Darth Nihilus represented the logical endpoint of unchecked consumption and selfish desire. He had become a living metaphor for the dark side's ultimate promise and its ultimate cost. Power without limit, purchased with the sacrifice of everything that made one human. His story served as a warning about the dangers of allowing traumatic wounds to fester instead of healing. The pain of Malachor V had transformed him into something that could never be satisfied, never be whole, never be at peace. He had traded his humanity for power and found that the exchange left him with nothing but an appetite that could devour worlds but never fill the emptiness inside. The Lord of Hunger had finally starved, not from lack of food, but from the inability to consume the one thing he truly needed. The connection to life and light that he had lost at Malachor V could never be restored through feeding on others. In the end, his greatest victory was also his final defeat. The Lord of Pain. Death refused to take him, so he made pain his closest companion. Darth Sion proved that some fates are worse than dying. Among the survivors of the Great Sith War, few had suffered as much as the Sith Marauder, who would become known as the Lord of Pain. During the conflict that devastated the galaxy under Exar Kun's leadership, this warrior had died multiple times in battle, but death couldn't hold him. Each time his body was broken, each time his life should have ended, he simply refused to accept it. The secret to his impossible survival lay in his mastery of hatred and agony. Most beings avoid pain, seeking comfort and relief from suffering. But this Sith had learned to embrace his torment, using it as fuel for the dark side power that kept his broken body functioning. Pain became his strength. Suffering became his weapon. By the time the Sith Triumvirate formed on Malachor V, the warrior had transformed into something barely recognizable as human. His flesh was gray and cracked like old leather. Wounds that should have healed remained open and weeping. His bones had been broken so many times that they no longer set properly, giving him a twisted and hunched appearance. But these physical deformities were just the surface of what he had become. The man who took the name Darth Sion existed in a state of constant agony that would have driven most beings insane. The pain was so intense that it radiated from his body like heat from a fire. Simply being near him was enough to make others uncomfortable. Under Darth Traya's guidance at the Trayus Academy, Sion refined his unique approach to immortality. While other Sith sought to preserve their bodies or transfer their consciousness to new vessels, Sion had found a different path. He could hold his decaying flesh together through pure force of will, backed by endless suffering. The technique was as much curse as blessing. Sion could survive wounds that would kill any normal being, but he could never truly heal. Each injury added to his constant torment, while also increasing his connection to the dark side. He had become trapped in a cycle where pain created power, but power required more pain to sustain it. When Sion and Nihilus betrayed their master Traya, it was partly because they grew tired of her philosophical approach to their studies. Sion wanted action, not endless debate about the nature of the Force. His immortal condition gave him a perspective that normal beings couldn't understand. He had literally all the time in the galaxy to pursue his goals. The betrayal itself was brutal even by Sith standards. Sion and Nihilus attacked Traya simultaneously, overwhelming her defenses through coordination and raw power. They severed her connection to the Force in a way that left her alive but stripped of the abilities that had made her their master. With Traya exiled from Malachor V, Sion threw himself into the first Jedi Purge with relentless determination. While Nihilus hunted Jedi through his ability to sense and consume Force energy, Sion took a more direct approach. He tracked down his targets one by one, engaging them in personal combat. Sion's hunting technique was based on persistence rather than speed or stealth. He would follow a target for months or even years, appearing whenever they thought they had found safety. His immortal nature meant he never tired, never needed rest, and never gave up the chase. For the Jedi he pursued, he became a living nightmare that could never be escaped. The psychological effect of facing Sion was often as devastating as his physical attacks. Jedi who fought him would land killing blows only to watch him rise again minutes later. Some targets simply surrendered when they realized the futility of trying to defeat someone who could not die. But Sion's obsession with one particular target would ultimately prove to be his weakness. When Mitra Surik returned to the galaxy as the last known Jedi, Sion became fixated on her in ways that went beyond his usual hunting patterns. He saw in her something that both attracted and repelled him. Surik represented everything Sion had lost through his transformation into the Lord of Pain. She had survived the same trauma at Malachor V that had wounded him, but she had found a way to heal and grow stronger. Her ability to form connections with others stood in stark contrast to his isolation and endless suffering. Their first major confrontation took place at the Paragus mining facility, where Sion had tracked Surik after her return to Republic space. The battle was fierce but inconclusive. Sion fought with the desperate fury of someone who had nothing left to lose, while Surik displayed the tactical brilliance that had once made her a successful general. When Surik struck what should have been a killing blow, Sion's body crumbled to the ground. But moments later, his bones began snapping back into place as the dark side pulled his broken form together again. He rose from apparent death with a sound like grinding stone, his milky white eyes fixed on his target with renewed hatred. The pattern repeated itself across multiple encounters. Sion would track Surik to a new location. They would fight, and he would be temporarily destroyed only to return later. Each resurrection seemed to increase his obsession with her while also deepening his internal torment. On Korriban, the ancient Sith homeworld, Sion confronted Surik among the tombs of long-dead Dark Lords. Surrounded by the accumulated darkness of millennia, He fought with power that seemed to draw on the very foundations of Sith tradition. But even in that place of ultimate dark side strength, he could not achieve final victory over his target. The truth was that Sion's immortality had become his greatest weakness. His refusal to die was based on his inability to let go of his hatred and pain. As long as those emotions burned within him, he could not find peace or release. He was trapped in a prison of his own making, sustained by the very suffering he claimed as his strength. Mitra Surik gradually came to understand this fundamental contradiction in Sion's existence. During their final confrontation at the Traya Academy on Malachor V, she realized that defeating him through conventional combat was impossible. Instead, she needed to address the source of his power. The battle in the Academy's core chamber followed the familiar pattern of apparent death and resurrection. Sion would fall to Surik's lightsaber, only to pull himself together through sheer will and hatred. But instead of continuing the cycle indefinitely, Surik began to speak to him between resurrections. She pointed out the futility of his existence. What was the purpose of immortality without hope or joy? How could he claim victory when he was trapped in endless suffering? Why did he cling to life when death might offer the peace he had never found? Slowly, through patience and compassion, Surik began to break through the walls of hatred that had sustained Sion for so long. She showed him that his pain served no greater purpose, that his immortality was not a gift, but a punishment he had inflicted on himself. In a moment that shocked both participants, Sion began to listen. For the first time in decades, he considered the possibility that there might be an alternative to his endless cycle of pain and resurrection. The idea that he could simply choose to die, to let go of the hatred that bound him to existence, had never occurred to him. The final conversation between Sion and Surik was conducted in the ruins of the Academy as the structure collapsed around them, with explosions echoing through the corridors and debris falling from the ceiling. The immortal Sith Lord made a choice that redefined his entire existence. Sion let go. He released the hatred that had sustained him, acknowledged the futility of his suffering, and accepted that his time had come to an end. As the dark side energy that held his body together dissipated, his broken form finally crumbled for the last time. In his final moments, Sion's expression changed from the perpetual grimace of pain to something approaching peace. Whether it was gratitude towards Surik for showing him the way out of his prison, or simply relief at finally being able to rest, his last look was one of quiet acceptance. The Lord of Pain died as the Traya Academy fell apart around him. His centuries of torment finally ended through an act of mercy. His death marked the end of the Sith Triumvirate's threat and cleared the way for the Jedi Order to begin rebuilding. Sion's story served as a cautionary tale about the costs of pursuing power through suffering. He had achieved a form of immortality, but at the price of everything that made life worth living. His endless existence had become a hollow mockery of true strength, sustained by emotions that prevented him from finding peace or purpose. The irony of his defeat was that it came through compassion rather than combat. Surik's greatest victory over the dark side was not in destroying her enemy, but in helping him find the courage to destroy himself. It was a lesson about the power of understanding and mercy that would influence her approach to rebuilding the Jedi Order. Darth Sion had spent centuries proving that death could not claim him. In the end, he discovered that life without hope was a fate far worse than any grave. Darth Traya. Sometimes the greatest enemy of the Force is someone who understands it too well. Traya was a Jedi Master who decided that the Force itself was the real villain in the galaxy story. Among all the Sith Lords who had terrorized the galaxy, none had a more unusual goal than the woman who called herself Darth Traya. While others sought power, immortality, or conquest, Traya wanted something far more radical. She wanted to destroy the Force completely and free the galaxy from what she saw as its tyrannical influence. Traya had once been one of the most respected Jedi Masters in the Order. She served as a historian and teacher, spending decades studying ancient texts and training young Jedi in the ways of the Force. Her students included some of the most promising knights of their generation, including the future Dark Lord Revan. But Traya's deep studies led her to disturbing conclusions about the nature of the Force. She began to see it less as a benevolent energy field and more as a puppet master that manipulated galactic events for its own purposes. Wars, suffering, the fall of civilizations all seemed to serve some greater plan that mortals could not understand. The breaking point came when her most promising student, Revan, fell to the dark side and nearly destroyed the Republic. The Jedi Council blamed Traya for his fall, arguing that her unconventional teaching methods had made him vulnerable to corruption. They exiled her from the Order, stripping away everything she had worked for over her lifetime. This betrayal by her own people pushed Traya toward a dark revelation. If the Force could turn her best student into a monster and convince her colleagues to abandon her, then perhaps the Force itself was the problem. Maybe the galaxy would be better off without this invisible influence that seemed to bring nothing but conflict and pain. Traya traveled to Malachor 5, the site where Revan had activated the mass shadow generator during the final battle of the Mandalorian Wars. The planet had become a wound in the Force, a place where the normal rules of the energy field no longer applied. For someone seeking to understand how to break the Force's hold on the galaxy, it was the perfect laboratory. On Malachor 5, Traya established the Trayus Academy and took the Sith name Darth Traya, meaning the Dark Lord of Betrayal. But her version of Sith philosophy was unlike anything that had come before. She didn't worship the dark side or seek to spread its influence. Instead, she wanted to use both light and dark to cancel each other out. Traya gathered two powerful apprentices to help her achieve this goal. Darth Nihilus, the Lord of Hunger, could consume Force energy on a massive scale. Darth Sion, the Lord of Pain, had learned to exist without truly being alive. Together, they formed the Sith Triumvirate with a mission unlike any previous Sith organization. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. The three Sith Lords would systematically eliminate all Force users in the galaxy, both Jedi and Sith. Without anyone left who could channel the Force, its influence over galactic events would gradually fade. Mortals would finally be free to make their own choices without invisible manipulation. Traya coordinated this campaign of extermination from her academy on Malachor 5. She sent Nihilus to hunt down concentrations of Jedi through his ability to sense and consume their life force. Sion was dispatched to track down individual survivors through relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Traya worked to undermine the Force from within through study and experimentation. The first Jedi purge proceeded exactly as planned. Nihilus devastated entire worlds like Qatar, where Jedi had gathered. Sion hunted down survivors who tried to hide in the furthest reaches of the galaxy. The Jedi Order, already weakened by previous conflicts, found itself facing extinction at the hands of enemies who understood their abilities perfectly. But Traya made a critical error in judgment. She believed her apprentices shared her philosophical goals when in reality they were driven by more basic desires. Nihilus craved the consumption of Force energy like an addiction. Sion sought to prove his superiority through endless conflict. Neither truly cared about freeing the galaxy from the Force's influence. When Nihilus and Sion felt they had learned everything Traya could teach them, they turned on their master in the traditional Sith manner. The betrayal was swift and brutal. They attacked Traya simultaneously, overwhelming her defenses and severing her connection to the Force in a way that left her alive but powerless. For most beings, losing their connection to the Force would be a death sentence. But Traya was too clever and too determined to simply fade away. She survived the attack and went into hiding, adopting the identity of a simple elderly woman while she planned her revenge. Years passed before the opportunity for comeback presented itself. Maître Surik, the last known Jedi in the galaxy, returned from exile in the unknown regions. Traya saw in her the perfect tool for completing her original mission, though Surik had no idea of her new mentor's true identity. Disguised as Traya, the former Sith Lord attached herself to Surik's mission to locate the surviving Jedi Masters. She presented herself as a wise teacher who could help Surik understand her unique condition as someone wounded by the Force at Malachor V. In reality, she was manipulating events to serve her own agenda. Traya's manipulation was masterful in its subtlety. She guided Surik to gather allies and grow stronger in the Force while secretly working to eliminate both Jedi and Sith. When they encountered her former apprentices Nihilus and Sion, she helped Surik defeat them while appearing to be on the side of the light. The most shocking example of Traya's hidden agenda came when they finally located the surviving Jedi Council members on Dantooine. These elderly masters had been hiding since the Purge began, waiting for someone like Surik to help them rebuild the Order. But when they threatened to strip Surik of her Force connection, Traya revealed her true nature. In a display of power that terrified everyone present, Traya lifted the 3 Jedi Masters into the air and drained the Force from their bodies. They died instantly, not from physical violence, but from having the very essence of their being torn away. With that act, the last remnant of the Jedi Council was eliminated. Surik finally understood that her elderly mentor had been deceiving her all along. The woman she had trusted was actually the mastermind behind the Jedi Purge and the architect of a plan to destroy the Force itself. Everything that had happened since her return from exile had been orchestrated by this manipulative Sith Lord. The final confrontation between teacher and student took place in the core of the Trius Academy on Malachor V. Traya had returned to her stronghold to complete her mission, believing that Surik was now powerful enough to serve as the focal point for a galaxy-wide Force void. But Surik had learned too much about choice and free will to accept that destiny. The duel between them was unlike any lightsaber combat in history. Traya had been severed from the Force years earlier, but she had learned to manipulate it through sheer will and understanding. She fought using 3 purple lightsabers that floated around her body, controlled entirely through telekinetic power. Despite her incredible mastery and tactical genius, Traya could not overcome Surik's determination to forge her own path. The student proved stronger than the teacher, striking down the woman who had guided and manipulated her journey. But even in defeat, Traya remained true to her nature as a teacher. As she lay dying, Traya offered Surik one final lesson. She used her remaining strength to show visions of the future, revealing what would happen to each of Surik's companions and how their choices would shape galactic history. It was both a gift and a curse, knowledge that came with the burden of responsibility. Traya's last words were not angry or bitter, but philosophical. She acknowledged that Surik had chosen a different path than the one she had planned, and she respected that choice, even if she disagreed with it. In the end, the woman who had sought to destroy free will died, affirming its importance. With Traya's death, the Trayus Academy began to collapse around them. Surik escaped as the structure that had housed so much dark knowledge crumbled into ruins. The threat of the Sith triumvirate was finally ended, but the questions Traya had raised about the nature of the Force remained. She had been defeated, but her philosophy lived on in the teachings she passed to Surik. The idea that mortals should be free to make their own choices without manipulation from higher powers became a central theme in how the rebuilt Jedi Order would approach their relationship with the Force. In the end, Traya succeeded in a way she probably never expected. She didn't destroy the Force, but she did free at least one person from its predetermined destiny. Mitra Surik chose her own path precisely because Traya had taught her the importance of choice, even if the lesson came through betrayal and manipulation. The Dark Lord of Betrayal had been betrayed by her own apprentices and ultimately by her own student. But perhaps that was the most fitting end for someone who believed that breaking free from cycles of control and dependence was the highest goal anyone could achieve. Darth Malgus. After centuries of peace, the Republic had forgotten what a real war looked like. Darth Malgus was about to remind them in the most brutal way possible. 300 years after the Sith triumvirate fell, the hidden Sith Empire that had been growing in the unknown regions finally struck back. The galaxy had enjoyed a long period of peace while the Sith built their strength in secret. When they finally revealed themselves, they brought with them a new generation of Dark Lords who made their predecessors look merciful. Darth Malgus was born Vera Dun on a world within this secret empire. From childhood, he was raised to hate the Republic and the Jedi who had driven his ancestors into exile over 1,000 years earlier. The young Sith learned that patience and planning were weapons just as deadly as lightsabers or starships. Malgus was physically imposing even by Sith standards. Tall and muscular with pale skin and fierce eyes, he looked like he had been carved from stone by an angry sculptor. His presence on a battlefield was enough to make enemy soldiers reconsider their life choices. When the Great Galactic War began, Malgus was one of the first Sith Lords to see real combat. Fighting alongside his master Vindican, he participated in the attack that recaptured Korriban from Republic forces. This symbolic victory showed the galaxy that the Sith homeworld was once again under its rightful rulers. During the battle for Korriban, Malgus faced his first major Jedi opponent. Master Kao Chendarach was an experienced warrior who had survived decades of smaller conflicts. But he had never fought anyone trained in the brutal combat techniques of the hidden Sith Empire. The duel was swift and decisive. Malgus cut down the Jedi Master with techniques that combined raw power with perfect precision. It was a statement to both sides that the new generation of Sith was more dangerous than anything the galaxy had faced in centuries. As the war progressed, Malgus earned a reputation as the breaker of the Jedi. He sought out the strongest opponents and defeated them in personal combat. Each victory added to his legend while also advancing the Empire's strategic goals. The Republic began to fear him as much as entire Sith fleets. Malgus had an unusual relationship for a Sith Lord. He was in love with a Twi'lek woman named Elena Daru, who fought alongside him in many campaigns. This partnership violated the Empire's anti-alien policies, but Malgus was too valuable to punish for his personal choices. Elena was more than just a romantic partner. She was a skilled fighter who could hold her own in battle and a trusted advisor who understood Malgus better than anyone else. Their relationship showed a side of the Dark Warrior that few others ever saw. But love would prove to be a weakness that Malgus could not afford. As he rose through the Sith hierarchy, other Dark Lords began to question his loyalty to the Empire. They pointed to his alien lover as evidence that he might betray his own species for personal desires. The greatest moment of Malgus's career came during the sacking of Coruscant. While peace negotiations distracted the Republic, Malgus led a strike force directly to the galactic capital. Their target was the Jedi Temple itself, the symbol of everything the Sith opposed. The assault on the temple was one of the most audacious military operations in galactic history. Malgus personally led his troops through the sacred halls, cutting down Jedi defenders as they tried to protect their home. The sounds of battle echoed through chambers that had known only peace for generations. During the attack, Malgus confronted Jedi Master Ven Zallo in the temple's main hall. The elderly Jedi was one of the Order's most respected teachers, but his years of peace had not prepared him for an enemy like Malgus. The duel ended with Zallo's death and the temple in flames. The destruction of the Jedi Temple sent shockwaves throughout the Republic. For the first time in over 1,000 years, the heart of Jedi power had been violated by their ancient enemies. The psychological impact was even greater than the military victory. With the temple destroyed and the Republic capital under siege, the galaxy's leaders had no choice but to accept Sith terms for peace. The Treaty of Coruscant forced the Republic to recognize the Sith Empire as a legitimate power and surrender control of numerous star systems. Malgus had achieved what Dark Lords like Naga Sadow and Exar Kun had only dreamed of. The Sith controlled half the galaxy and had humiliated their enemies on their own homeworld. But victory brought its own problems for the ambitious warrior. During his rise to power, Malgus made a decision that haunted him for the rest of his life. To prove his loyalty to the Empire and eliminate any perceived weakness, he killed Elena Daru with his own hands. The woman who had loved him became a sacrifice to his political ambitions. The murder of his lover marked a turning point in Malgus's character. He had embraced the Sith teaching that emotions were weakness, but the cost was higher than he had expected. The victory over the Republic felt hollow without someone to share it with. As the Cold War between the Empire and Republic dragged on, Malgus became increasingly disillusioned with Sith politics. He watched as other Dark Lords schemed against each other instead of pressing their advantage against their enemies. The Empire was wasting its opportunity for total victory. Around 3640 BBY, Malgus decided that the current Sith leadership was too corrupt and weak to rule effectively. he declared himself the new emperor and announced the formation of a true empire that would include alien species as equals. The rebellion that followed split the Sith Empire just as it was gaining strength. Malgus seized control of advanced stealth ships and gathered supporters who agreed with his vision of a more inclusive society. He even conquered strategic worlds like Ilum to demonstrate his military power. But Malgus had made the same mistake as many Sith before him. He underestimated the determination of his enemies to preserve their own power. The official empire allied with the Republic to crush his rebellion, proving that established rulers would work with anyone to eliminate threats to their authority. The final battle took place on Ilum, where Malgus had established his new capital. Republic and Imperial forces coordinated their attacks to overwhelm his defenses. Despite his personal power and tactical skill, Malgus could not overcome the combined might of two galactic governments. In the end, the breaker of the Jedi was broken himself. Malgus fell in battle against enemies who included some of his former allies. His dream of a reformed empire died with him, leaving the galaxy divided between the same corrupt powers he had tried to replace. Malgus's story showed the fundamental flaw in Sith philosophy. Individual strength and ambition could achieve great things, but they could also lead to isolation and defeat. His personal power had not been enough to overcome the political realities of ruling a galactic civilization. The Dark Lord, who had destroyed the Jedi Temple and humbled the Republic, became a cautionary tale about the dangers of challenging established authority without sufficient support. His rebellion failed because he tried to change too much too quickly, alienating potential allies while uniting his enemies. Malgus had proven that the Sith could still threaten the galaxy, but he had also shown that their traditional methods of gaining power through conflict and betrayal were ultimately self-defeating. His legacy would influence future generations of Dark Lords who studied both his victories and his failures. The warrior who had embodied the return of Sith power became a symbol of its limitations. No matter how strong or skilled an individual Sith might be, they could not reshape the galaxy through force alone. That lesson would be remembered long after Malgus himself was forgotten. The Immortal Emperor. Some children are born evil, but this one killed his entire village by age 10. The boy who would become Emperor Vitiate would go on to orchestrate galactic conflicts for over 13 centuries. Around 5,000 before Battle of Yavin, a child was born on the world of Nathema who would reshape the galaxy in ways that made previous Sith Lords look like amateurs. Tenebrous was the illegitimate son of Lord Dramath, a minor Sith noble who ruled a small territory. But from his earliest years, it was clear that this boy was different from other children. Tenebrous showed signs of force sensitivity that terrified even experienced Sith. By age 6, he could move objects with his mind and influence the thoughts of adults. By 8, he was conducting experiments on local wildlife that would have shocked seasoned Dark Lords. By 10, he had murdered every single person in his village. The massacre wasn't random violence or childhood rage. Tenebrous had methodically planned and executed the deaths of hundreds of people as part of a dark side ritual he had somehow learned to perform. When Sith investigators arrived to find an entire settlement filled with corpses and one small boy standing in the center, they knew they had encountered something unique. Word of the child reached Marka Ragnos, the ancient Dark Lord who ruled the Sith Empire at the time. Ragnos was intrigued enough to meet Tenebrae personally and test his abilities. What he found impressed him so much that he granted the boy the title of Lord Vitiate and gave him control of his father's former territory. For decades, Vitiate built his power base while studying ancient Sith techniques that most practitioners considered too dangerous to attempt. He was particularly fascinated by rituals that could extend life or transfer consciousness between bodies. The young Sith Lord had already decided that death was unacceptable for someone of his abilities. When Naga Sadow launched his failed invasion of the Republic during the Great Hyperspace War, Vitiate remained on the sidelines. He watched as the conflict devastated both sides and weakened the Sith Empire beyond repair. While other Dark Lords fought and died for short-term gains, Vitiate prepared for something far more ambitious. After the war ended in disaster for the Sith, Vitiate sent messages to all surviving Dark Lords. He claimed to have discovered a ritual that could save them from the Republic forces that were hunting down the remaining Sith. Many desperate survivors answered his call, gathering on Nathema to hear his proposal. What happened next remains one of the most horrific acts in galactic history. Vitiate had lied about his intentions. Instead of protecting the assembled Sith Lords, he performed a ritual that drained the life force from all of them. But he didn't stop with his fellow Dark Lords. The ritual expanded to consume every living thing on the entire planet. In a matter of hours, Nathema was transformed from a thriving world into a dead rock floating in space. The planet became so empty of life that even the Force itself seemed to avoid it. The mass sacrifice granted Vitiate exactly what he had sought: immortality beyond anything previously achieved by Sith Lords. He had become something more than human, sustained by the stolen life force of billions of beings. The ritual had also given him power that dwarfed even the strongest Force users in galactic history. With his new abilities, Vitiate declared himself the Sith Emperor and led the surviving members of his species into exile in the unknown regions. They established a new capital on the dark world of Dromund Kaas, where Vitiate began building an empire that would grow in secret for over a millennium. The Emperor's long-term planning made previous Sith strategies look simplistic. While others had focused on immediate conquest or personal power, Vitiate thought in terms of centuries and millennia. He orchestrated conflicts across the galaxy to generate the suffering and death that fed his abilities. Vitiate was secretly behind many of the major wars that followed. The Mandalorian Wars that led to Revan's fall were sparked by his agents. The Jedi Civil War that nearly destroyed the Republic served his purposes perfectly. Each conflict weakened his enemies while strengthening his own position. But the Emperor's ambitions went beyond mere political control. He wanted to become a god by consuming all life in the galaxy. The ritual he had performed on Nathema was just a test run for something far more ambitious. Vitiate planned to drain the life force from every living being in existence. To accomplish this impossible goal, Vitiate began developing techniques that had never been attempted before. He learned to split his consciousness and inhabit multiple bodies simultaneously. He discovered how to manipulate galactic events through agents who didn't even know they were serving him. The most remarkable example of his duplicity came when Vitiate created an entirely separate identity on the world of Zakul. As Emperor Valkorion, he built a third galactic power that rivaled both the Republic and his own Sith Empire. This allowed him to play all sides against each other while appearing to be three different rulers. Vitiate's manipulation of Revan and Malak was particularly cruel. When the two Jedi discovered his hidden empire during their pursuit of fleeing Mandalorians, he dominated their minds and sent them back to Republic space as his unwitting agents. Their mission was to locate and claim the Star Forge for his use. But Revan proved stronger than Vitiate had anticipated. The former Jedi broke free of the Emperor's mental control and established his own Sith empire instead of serving as a puppet. This defiance delayed Vitiate's plans by decades and showed that even his power had limits. The Emperor's grand scheme finally began to unravel during the Great Galactic War, when Darth Malgus and other Sith lords attacked the Republic openly. Vitiate had intended this conflict to weaken both sides for his eventual consumption ritual, but events spiraled beyond his control. A Jedi Knight known as the Hero of Tython managed to penetrate Vitiate's stronghold on Dromund Kaas and confront the Emperor directly. In a battle that shook the foundations of the Sith capital, the Jedi struck down Vitiate's physical form and disrupted his centuries of preparation. But killing the Emperor's body was not enough to destroy him permanently. His consciousness survived and began seeking new vessels to inhabit. The spirit that had consumed a planet and manipulated galactic history for over 1,000 years was not so easily eliminated. Vitiate's final defeat came through the combined efforts of heroes from across the galaxy. Republic champions, Imperial agents, and even the spirits of his former victims united to destroy every fragment of his consciousness. The ritual took place across multiple worlds and dimensions as allies tracked down each piece of the Emperor's divided soul. In the end, Vitiate's greatest strength became his ultimate weakness. By splitting himself across so many identities and locations, he had made it possible for his enemies to attack him from multiple directions simultaneously. The immortal Emperor, who had seemed invincible, finally fell to the coordinated assault. With Vitiate's final destruction around 3630 BUI, the hidden Sith Empire that he had built and ruled for over a millennium began to collapse. Without his guiding hand, the various factions and territories he had controlled turned on each other in typical Sith fashion. The Emperor's death marked the end of an era in galactic history. For the first time in over 1,000 years, there was no ancient mastermind pulling strings from the shadows. The Republic and what remained of the Sith Empire could finally attempt to build a lasting peace. But Vitiate's influence extended far beyond his own lifetime. The techniques he had developed, the conflicts he had orchestrated, and the knowledge he had accumulated all became part of Sith tradition. Future Dark Lords like Darth Bane would study his methods and learn from both his successes and his ultimate failure. The immortal Emperor had achieved something no other Sith had managed. He had ruled for longer than most civilizations existed. He had manipulated galactic events across multiple millennia. He had come closer than anyone else to achieving godhood through the dark side. But in the end, Vitiate proved that even immortal power could not overcome the fundamental flaw in Sith philosophy. His pursuit of absolute control had isolated him from any genuine connections with others. When the final battle came, he faced it alone while his enemies stood together. The Emperor, who had consumed worlds and orchestrated the suffering of billions, was finally consumed himself by the combined will of those who refused to accept his vision of galactic domination. His story served as both an inspiration and a warning for future Sith who dreamed of following in his footsteps. A single Jedi Master's ego would plunge the galaxy into 1,000 years of war. His name was Phannius, but history would remember him as Darth Ruin. After Emperor Vitiate's death and the collapse of the ancient Sith Empire, the galaxy enjoyed several centuries of relative peace. The Republic expanded its territory while the Jedi Order focused on training new generations of peacekeepers. Most believed the Sith threat had finally been eliminated permanently. They could not have been more wrong. Around 2000 before Battle of Yavin, a Jedi Master named Phannius began questioning everything the Order stood for. Phannius was an Umbaran, a species known for their pale blue skin and natural talent for manipulation. These traits served him well in his role as a Jedi, but they also made him dangerous when his loyalty began to waver. Phannius had developed a philosophy that put his own will above all other considerations. He believed that individual desire should trump community needs, that personal power mattered more than service to others. This thinking went against everything the Jedi taught about selflessness and humility. The Umbaran Master tried to spread his ideas among other Jedi, but the Order rejected his teachings completely. They found his philosophy selfish and dangerous, warning that it could lead promising students toward the dark side. When Phannius persisted in promoting his radical beliefs, the Council censured him repeatedly. Eventually, Phannius grew tired of fighting against what he saw as closed-minded thinking. If the Jedi would not accept his vision of individual supremacy, he would find others who would. He renounced his vows and left the Order to seek power elsewhere in the galaxy. The fallen Master traveled to remote systems where he knew dark side cultists and surviving Sith remnants still existed. Though the major Sith organizations had been destroyed, scattered groups of dark side users continued to practice forbidden techniques in hiding. Phannius reached out to these outcasts with a message of unity and purpose. He told them that the time for hiding was over. The Sith could rise again if they worked together under strong leadership. Phannius declared himself Darth Ruin and began forging the scattered dark side groups into a new kind of Sith organization. Ruin's approach differed from previous Dark Lords in significant ways. Instead of following the traditional master-apprentice structure, he preached that all Sith were equal under his leadership. He claimed that the old ways of constant betrayal and infighting had weakened the Sith unnecessarily. This message appealed to many dark side users who had grown tired of being pawns in larger schemes. Ruin promised them partnership rather than servitude, equality rather than domination. The fact that he still positioned himself as the supreme leader of this supposed brotherhood seemed to escape notice initially. Ruin's recruitment efforts proved remarkably successful. He managed to turn 50 Jedi to his cause during what became known as the Fourth Great Schism. These converts brought valuable knowledge of Republic defenses and Jedi techniques to the growing Sith organization. With his new followers, Ruin launched what historians would call the New Sith Wars. This conflict would rage for 1,000 years, making it the longest continuous war in galactic history. The scale and duration of the fighting would reshape entire civilizations. The war began with coordinated attacks on Republic military installations and Jedi academies. Ruin's forces struck quickly and efficiently, using inside knowledge provided by his converted Jedi to target vulnerable points. The initial successes convinced more systems to join the Sith cause. Ruin's personal creed revealed the depth of his narcissism. he taught his followers that there was no passion, only obsession, and that ultimately there was nothing in the universe except himself. This philosophy made him the center of all Sith doctrine and the focus of absolute loyalty. But Ruin's ego proved to be his greatest weakness. As the war progressed and his movement grew larger, he became increasingly demanding and paranoid. He treated his supposed equals as servants and expected constant validation of his superiority. The Dark Lord's behavior alienated many of the powerful Sith Lords who had initially supported his vision. They had joined him expecting partnership and respect, but found themselves subjected to the whims of a megalomaniac who saw them as extensions of his own will. Ruin's inner circle began plotting against him within just a few years of the war's beginning. They met in secret to discuss their frustrations with his leadership and consider alternatives. The man who had promised to end Sith infighting had created the conditions for his own betrayal. The assassination came during what should have been a moment of triumph. Ruin was celebrating a major victory over Republic forces when his closest advisors struck. They surrounded him in his own command center and cut him down without warning or ceremony. The conspirators justified their actions by claiming that Ruin had become a tyrant who threatened everything they had worked to build. They said he had forgotten his own teachings about equality and begun acting like the autocratic masters the Sith had traditionally served under. But Ruin's death created more problems than it solved. Without his unifying presence, the Sith movement fractured into competing factions led by ambitious warlords. Each group claimed to be the true inheritors of his legacy while fighting viciously against their rivals. The new Sith Wars continued for another 1,000 years after Ruin's death, but they devolved into chaos rather than coordinated resistance to the Republic. Sith armies spent more time fighting each other than battling their supposed enemies. Entire star systems were devastated by conflicts between rival Dark Lords. This period became known as the Republic Dark Age because the constant warfare reduced much of the galaxy to a primitive state. Technology was lost, trade routes were disrupted, and countless worlds suffered under the boots of competing warlords who cared nothing for the populations they claimed to rule. The irony of Ruin's legacy was that he had recreated the exact problems he had claimed to solve. His movement had begun with promises to end Sith infighting and unite dark side users under a common banner. Instead, his death triggered a millennium of internal conflict that weakened the Sith far more than external enemies ever could. Future Sith Lords would study Ruin's rise and fall as a lesson in the importance of understanding your followers' motivations. His early success showed the power of giving people hope for something better than their current situation. His downfall demonstrated the dangers of promising equality while practicing tyranny. When Darth Bane eventually established the rule of two, he was partly responding to the chaos that Ruin had unleashed. Bane understood that the Sith needed structure and discipline to avoid destroying themselves through internal conflicts. The 1,000-year war that followed Ruin's death proved that large Sith organizations were inherently unstable. Ruin's holocron would eventually be discovered by Bane during his studies of ancient Sith knowledge. The pyramid-shaped device contained the fallen Jedi's teachings and personal philosophy, providing valuable insights into both the potential and the limitations of Sith leadership. The man who had started as a promising Jedi Master became a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked ambition and narcissism. His brief reign as a Dark Lord triggered a conflict that lasted longer than most civilizations, showing how individual choices can have consequences that echo across centuries. Darth Ruin proved that good intentions could lead to terrible outcomes when mixed with pride and selfishness. His desire to reform the Sith led to their greatest period of weakness and internal destruction. The galaxy would suffer for 1,000 years because one Jedi Master could not accept that his ideas were not as revolutionary as he believed them to be. Sometimes victory requires defeat, and sometimes survival demands death. A miner's son named Dessel would reshape the Sith forever by destroying them completely. By 1000 before Battle of Yavin, the new Sith wars that Darth Ruin had started were finally reaching their end. The Brotherhood of Darkness, led by Lord Khan, controlled the last major Sith forces in the galaxy. They were locked in a desperate battle with the Jedi Army of Light on the world of Ruusan, fighting what would become the final engagement of a 1,000-year conflict. Among the Sith forces was a young man named Dessel, who had been born on a backwater mining world. His father was an abusive drunk who worked in the Cortosis mines until gambling debts got him killed. Dessel grew up hating everything about his life, especially the Republic that he blamed for keeping people like him trapped in poverty. When Sith recruiters came to his world, Dessel eagerly joined their cause. Here was a chance to strike back at the system that had crushed his family and condemned him to a life of manual labor. The dark side spoke to his anger and resentment in ways that felt natural and right. Dessel proved to be exceptionally gifted with the Force. He was sent to the Sith Academy on Korriban, where he quickly outpaced his fellow students in both power and understanding. But unlike other promising apprentices, Dessel asked uncomfortable questions about Sith philosophy and strategy. The young man took the name Darth Bane and began studying the history of previous Sith lords. What he discovered disturbed him deeply. The Sith had achieved great victories throughout history, only to destroy themselves through infighting and betrayal. The current Brotherhood of Darkness seemed to be following the same self-destructive pattern. Bane became convinced that Lord Khan's approach was fundamentally flawed. The Brotherhood preached equality among Dark Lords, but this only led to constant power struggles and divided leadership. How could the Sith defeat their enemies when they spent most of their energy fighting each other? His studies led him to seek out ancient Sith knowledge that might provide answers. On the world of Lehon, Bane discovered a holocron left by Darth Revan. The teachings within confirmed his suspicions about the weakness of large Sith organizations and offered an alternative approach. Revan's holocron taught that the Sith were strongest when they followed the rule of two: one master to embody power, and one apprentice to crave it. This structure eliminated the infighting that plagued larger groups while ensuring that knowledge passed from generation to generation. Armed with this wisdom, Bane made a decision that would change galactic history. He would engineer the destruction of the Brotherhood of Darkness and rebuild the Sith according to ancient principles. The current generation of Dark Lords was too corrupted by Khan's failed philosophy to be reformed. The opportunity came during the final battle on Ruusan. Lord Khan and his followers were trapped in underground caves by the Jedi Army of Light. Desperate for a way to break the siege, Khan contacted Bane for advice about using an ancient Sith superweapon called the Thought Bomb. Bane knew exactly what the Thought Bomb would do. The weapon would destroy all Force-sensitive beings in its blast radius, Jedi and Sith alike. Rather than warning Khan about the dangers, Bane encouraged him to use it. He even provided technical details that would make the weapon more effective. While Khan prepared his final gambit, Bane quietly left Ruusan. He made sure to be far from the caves when the thought bomb detonated. The explosion killed nearly 100 Jedi and all the remaining Sith Lords except for Bane himself. In a single moment, the last remnants of the old Sith Order were wiped out. As the sole surviving Dark Lord, Bane immediately set about implementing his vision for the future. He found a young girl named Zannah among the survivors of the battle and took her as his apprentice. Together, they would begin a new lineage based on the rule of two. Bane established the fundamental principle that would guide the Sith for the next 1,000 years. There would always be exactly two Sith Lords. The Master would train the apprentice until the student became strong enough to kill their teacher and take their place. This cycle would continue indefinitely, with each generation theoretically becoming stronger than the last. The new approach required incredible discipline and patience. Instead of seeking immediate conquest, the Sith would work from the shadows for centuries. They would accumulate power slowly and carefully, never revealing themselves until they were ready to strike decisively. To enhance his own abilities, Bane acquired parasitic creatures called orbalisks that attached themselves to his body. These dark side-fueled organisms formed living armor that was nearly indestructible. But they also caused constant pain, which Bane used to fuel his connection to the dark side. The orbalisks reflected Bane's philosophy that pain made the Sith stronger. Suffering was not something to be avoided, but embraced as a source of power. This mindset helped him endure the isolation and secrecy that his new approach to Sith survival required. For decades, Bane trained Zannah while also hunting down any surviving Sith who might challenge his authority. He eliminated stragglers like the fallen Jedi Cordis, who had escaped the destruction on Ruusan. The rule of two demanded absolute adherence to its principles. As the years passed, Bane became increasingly focused on two goals. First, he needed to push Zannah to challenge him and prove that the rule of two could actually work. Second, he wanted to achieve immortality in case his apprentice was not strong enough to carry on the Sith legacy. Bane's search for eternal life led him to study the techniques of ancient Sith lords like Darth and Dedu. He learned about essence transfer, a process that would allow him to move his consciousness into a new body when his current one wore out. This knowledge would serve as insurance against the failure of his grand experiment. After about 20 years, Bane had grown concerned that Zannah was not developing the ambition necessary to overthrow him. A true Sith apprentice should constantly be plotting their master's downfall. Her apparent loyalty suggested that she might not have fully embraced the dark side philosophy he was trying to teach her. To force the issue, Bane began searching for a replacement apprentice. This action finally triggered the confrontation he had been waiting for. Zannah challenged her master to the duel that would determine which of them was worthy to continue the Sith lineage. The battle between master and apprentice was everything Bane had hoped it would be. Zannah had developed mastery of Sith sorcery that complemented Bane's raw power perfectly. She attacked him with dark side tendrils that could tear a person apart from the inside, while he responded with devastating displays of pure Force energy. In the final moments of the duel, as his body failed and death approached, Bane attempted to use the essence transfer technique he had learned. He tried to move his consciousness into Zana's body, hoping to continue his existence while appearing to fulfill the rule of two. When the battle ended, Zana stood victorious over her fallen master. Whether Bane's essence transfer had succeeded remained unclear. Zana showed signs that some part of her teacher might have survived within her, but she was undeniably the new Dark Lord of the Sith. The rule of two had proven itself through this first transition of power. Knowledge had been preserved and passed on, while the stronger Sith had emerged victorious. The cycle that would continue for 1,000 years had begun successfully. Bane's revolution ensured that the Sith would survive when all previous attempts to rebuild their order had failed. By limiting their numbers and embracing secrecy, he had solved the fundamental problems that had destroyed earlier generations of Dark Lords. The lineage that began with Darth Bane would eventually produce Darth Sidious, the Emperor who would finally achieve the Sith dream of galactic domination. Every major event in the films, from Anakin's fall to Luke's redemption, could be traced back to the foundation Bane had laid on the ashes of the Brotherhood of Darkness. The miner's son, who had started the new Sith Wars as a foot soldier, had ended them as the architect of a new age. His vision would guide the Sith through their greatest victories and ultimate defeat, proving that sometimes destroying everything you believe in is the only way to save it. Even the most carefully designed systems have rebels who refuse to follow the rules. The rule of two faced its first major challenge from a three-eyed mutant who could see the future. 200 years after Darth Bane established the rule of two, his carefully structured Sith lineage continued to operate in secret. The master-apprentice chain had passed from Bane to Zana, then to Darth Cognos, an Iktochi assassin known as the Huntress. Under Cognos, the Sith maintained their hidden existence while slowly building toward their eventual revenge against the Jedi. Cognos took on an apprentice unlike any previous Sith student. The young man was a three-eyed human mutant whose unusual appearance marked him as different from birth. His genetic abnormality might have made him an outcast in normal society, but among the Sith, his unique traits were seen as signs of potential power. The apprentice took the name Darth Millennial and quickly proved that his strange appearance was matched by equally unusual abilities. Unlike most Sith who focused on combat or political manipulation, Millennial was gifted with prophetic visions. He could see glimpses of possible futures through the Force, a talent that made him valuable but also dangerous. Millennial's visions showed him things that troubled his understanding of Sith tradition. He saw potential paths where the rule of two led to stagnation and missed opportunities. In his dreams, he witnessed futures where a larger Sith organization could achieve greater things than two individuals working alone. These prophetic insights put Millennial at odds with his master's teachings. Cognos was a loyal follower of Bane's philosophy who believed the rule of two was the only path to Sith survival. She had seen how larger Sith organizations had destroyed themselves through infighting and betrayal. The strict limitation to two members was necessary to prevent self-destruction, but Millennial disagreed with this assessment. His visions showed him that the dark side had many aspects that could only be explored through different approaches. Prophecy, alchemy, and mystical practices required dedicated study that was difficult to pursue while also maintaining the political and military focus that the rule of two demanded. The philosophical differences between master and apprentice grew more pronounced as Millennial developed his prophetic abilities. He began to see his third eye as a symbol of insight that went beyond normal Sith understanding. The extra organ allowed him to perceive things that others missed, including flaws in Bane's supposedly perfect system. Millennial tried to convince Cognos that the Sith could benefit from a more flexible structure. He argued that they could maintain the core master-apprentice relationship while also supporting additional dark side practitioners who specialized in specific areas. This expansion would make the Sith stronger rather than weaker. Cognos rejected these proposals completely. She had been trained to preserve Bane's legacy exactly as it had been passed down to her. Any deviation from the rule of two was a betrayal of everything the modern Sith stood for. The conversation between them became increasingly heated as neither would compromise their position. Eventually, Millennial realized that he would never be able to reform the Sith from within their existing structure. If he wanted to explore alternative approaches to the dark side, he would have to do it outside the constraints of Bane's lineage. This decision put him in direct violation of the rule of two's most fundamental principle. Around 800 before Battle of Yavin, Darth Millennial made the choice that would define his legacy. He abandoned his master and struck out on his own, becoming the first apprentice to leave the Banite Sith line voluntarily. Millennial fled to the remote world of Dromund Kaas, the former capital of the ancient Sith Empire that had been abandoned for centuries. The planet remained strong in the dark side due to its history, making it the perfect location for his experiments with alternative Sith philosophies. On Dromund Kaas, Millennial established what he called the Dark Force religion. This organization was designed to explore aspects of the Force that the rule of two had ignored or abandoned. Instead of focusing on political conquest or military power, the Church emphasized prophecy, mysticism, and the worship of the dark side itself. Millennial proclaimed himself a prophet rather than a traditional Dark Lord, signaling his break from conventional Sith titles and structures. He gathered followers who shared his interest in divination and arcane knowledge. These disciples became known as the prophets of the dark side and dedicated themselves to recording visions of possible futures. The Church operated very differently from the hidden Sith lineage that Millennial had left behind. While Bane's followers worked in complete secrecy, the prophets developed their own rituals and practices openly within their isolated community. They wore distinctive robes and created symbols that identified them as servants of the dark side. Millennial taught his followers techniques that had been largely forgotten by the mainstream Sith. They learned ancient forms of Sith alchemy and experimentation that had been deemed too time-consuming for the focused approach required by the rule of two. The prophets became repositories of dark side knowledge that existed parallel to the Banite line. The three-eyed prophet spent decades building his organization and training new generations of dark side practitioners. His prophetic abilities allowed him to guide the Church's development by foreseeing which paths would lead to growth and which would result in destruction. Under his leadership, the prophets remained hidden from both Jedi and the official Sith lineage. When Millennial eventually died on Dromund Kaas, his followers continued the traditions he had established. The Church of the Dark Side persisted in isolation for centuries, maintaining their prophetic practices and worship rituals. They became a secret society that operated completely separately from the rule of two Sith. The Prophet's long-term survival proved that Millennial's vision had merit. His organization lasted for hundreds of years without the self-destructive infighting that had plagued earlier large Sith groups. The focus on mysticism and prophecy rather than political power seemed to create a more stable foundation for dark side practitioners. Ironically, the prophets would eventually serve the very lineage that Millennial had abandoned. When Darth Sidious rose to power as Emperor Palpatine, he discovered the Church of the Dark Side and incorporated them into his regime. The descendants of Millennial's rebels became advisors and servants to Bane's ultimate successor. Some of the prophets, like the Supreme Prophet Kadan, even tried to influence imperial succession after Palpatine's death. They claimed that their prophetic abilities gave them insight into who should rule the Empire. This led to bizarre situations where the Emperor's own cultists were working against his chosen heirs. Millennial's legacy extended beyond his immediate followers. His three-eyed appearance became part of dark side mythology, inspiring prophecies about future Sith leaders. Centuries later, pretenders to power would claim to be the fulfillment of predictions about a three-eyed ruler, showing how his influence persisted long after his death. The story of Darth Millennial demonstrated that even the most carefully designed systems could not completely suppress innovation and rebellion. His willingness to break from Bane's tradition created an alternative path for dark side practitioners who might otherwise have been lost to the Sith cause. While the Rule of Two continued as the primary Sith structure, Millennial's church proved that there was room in the galaxy for different approaches to the dark side. His prophetic gifts had shown him futures that the mainstream Sith could not see, and his courage in pursuing those visions enriched the overall dark side tradition. The three-eyed rebel who had challenged the most successful Sith philosophy in history ultimately became part of its success. His followers provided knowledge and services that complemented the political and military focus of the Banite line. Together, the two branches of Sith tradition would contribute to the eventual triumph of Darth Sidious and the destruction of the Jedi Order. Millennial had proven that sometimes the best way to serve a cause is to challenge its assumptions and explore new possibilities. His legacy lived on in every prophet who looked to the future and saw the dark side's ultimate victory over the light. By day, he designed starships for the Republic. By night, he calculated the exact moment the Sith would rule the galaxy. Darth Tenebrous was the Sith Lord who tried to turn the dark side into a mathematical formula. After nearly a millennium of the Rule of Two, the Sith lineage had evolved far from its origins as warrior kings and ancient sorcerers. The modern Sith needed to blend into galactic society while pursuing their long-term plans for revenge. No one embodied this evolution better than the Bith who took the name Darth Tenebrous. Living under the alias Rugus Gnome, Tenebrous worked openly as a starship designer for major Republic corporations. His species gave him natural advantages for this cover identity. Bith were known throughout the galaxy for their superior intellectual abilities and analytical minds. A Bith engineer working on complex technical projects aroused no suspicion whatsoever. Tenebrous used his legitimate career to advance Sith interests in ways that previous Dark Lords could never have managed. His position gave him access to Republic military contractors and government officials. He could influence the design of ships and weapons that might eventually be used against Sith forces. Most importantly, his work provided him with vast financial resources. But Tenebrous was far more than just a well-connected businessman. His Bith brain allowed him to approach the Force from a completely scientific perspective. Where other Sith relied on passion and intuition, Tenebrous used calculations and probability models. He believed that even something as mystical as the Force followed patterns that could be analyzed and predicted. This analytical approach led Tenebrous to make remarkably accurate forecasts about future events. He calculated when the Republic would be weak enough for the Sith to emerge from hiding. He predicted the approximate time when a chosen one would be born who could bring balance to the Force. His computer models mapped out scenarios for Sith victory that spanned decades. Tenebrous chose his apprentice based on these same scientific principles. Hago Damask was a young Moon from a wealthy banking family who showed exceptional intelligence and Force sensitivity. The combination of financial resources and analytical ability made him the perfect candidate to continue Tenebrous's approach to Sith planning. Under the name Darth Plagueis, the apprentice learned to apply scientific methods to traditional Sith techniques. Tenebrous pushed him to focus particularly on midi-chlorian research and the possibility of using the Force to create or extend life. These experiments represented the cutting edge of dark side science. But Tenebrous had a secret that violated the most fundamental principle of the rule of two. Despite training Plagueis as his official successor, he had also been developing a second apprentice. The Twi'lek named Darth Venomous was being prepared as a backup option in case Plagueis proved inadequate. This duplication of effort reflected Tenebrous's engineering mindset. Any complex system needed redundancy to prevent catastrophic failure. He reasoned that the Sith grand plan was too important to risk on a single apprentice, no matter how promising that student might appear. Tenebrous justified this violation by telling himself that he was improving on Bane's design rather than betraying it. His calculations suggested that the rule of two could be made more efficient through careful modifications. The mathematical models supported his decision to maintain multiple backup options. The Bithmaster was particularly proud of his influence on starship technology throughout the galaxy. Working through intermediaries and shell companies, he had contributed to designs that would eventually serve Sith purposes. Some sources suggest that elements of Darth Maul's distinctive scimitar vessel originated from Tenebrous's hidden research projects. Tenebrous's obsession with prediction and control eventually led to his downfall. During a routine inspection of a cortosis mine on the planet Baldemnik, he accompanied Plagueis to examine new deposits of the lightsaber-resistant mineral. The Master saw this as an opportunity to test his apprentice's commitment to the rule of two. The mine contained pockets of dangerous gas that could trigger cave-ins without warning. Tenebrous had calculated the risk and deemed it acceptable for their purposes. But he had not factored in the possibility that Plagueis might use this hazard as an opportunity to claim the mantle of Sith Master. When the gas pocket ignited and the tunnel began to collapse, Plagueis made a split-second decision that changed Sith history. Instead of helping his master escape the falling debris, he allowed Tenebrous to be crushed by the cave-in. The apprentice had finally demonstrated his readiness to follow the rule of two to its logical conclusion. But Tenebrous had prepared for this possibility in his typically methodical way. Foreseeing his potential death, he had attempted to develop a technique for preserving his consciousness after his body was destroyed. Using an experimental process involving midi-chlorians, he tried to transfer his mind into the Force itself. The plan backfired in the most horrible way imaginable. Instead of achieving immortality, Tenebrous found his consciousness ejected into a temporal loop, endlessly reliving the moment of his death. He remained aware of his surroundings, but powerless to affect them, experiencing a form of mental torture that would have driven most beings insane. Plagueis walked away from the collapsed mine completely unaware that his master's spirit was suffering an eternal punishment just meters away. The new Sith Master began making plans for the next phase of the grand plan, while Tenebrous screamed silently in his underground prison. Eventually, the trapped consciousness of Tenebrous faded away as his body completed its decomposition. His grand calculations had been defeated by the unpredictable nature of the Force itself. The scientific approach that had served him so well in life proved inadequate when dealing with the mystical aspects of death and resurrection. Tenebrous's legacy lived on through his apprentice and the techniques he had developed. Plagueis continued the scientific study of midi-chlorians and eventually achieved breakthroughs that his master had only dreamed of. The research methods and analytical approaches pioneered by Tenebrous became part of the knowledge passed down to Darth Sidious. Upon discovering Venomous and learning about his master's violation of the Rule of Two, Plagueis recommitted himself to Bane's original vision with renewed fervor. The backup apprentice was eliminated, and Plagueis vowed never to repeat Tenebrous's mistake of dividing his attention between multiple students. The irony of Tenebrous's story was that his attempt to improve the Rule of Two through redundancy actually strengthened it instead. His betrayal of Bane's principles taught Plagueis the importance of maintaining the traditional structure. The scientific Sith had conducted an experiment that proved the superiority of the original design. Tenebrous represented the Sith's complete adaptation to modern galactic society. He showed how dark side practitioners could operate within legitimate institutions while pursuing their ultimate goals. His corporate approach to evil became a template that future Sith would follow when building their hidden influence networks. The Bith who had tried to calculate the Force like a mathematical equation ultimately discovered that some aspects of the dark side remained beyond prediction. His scientific methods could predict political trends and technological developments, but they could not account for the human element that drove the eternal conflict between light and darkness. Darth Tenebrous had spent his life trying to remove uncertainty from the Sith grand plan. In death, he learned that uncertainty was an essential part of what made the Force so powerful and unpredictable. His legacy would guide the final generations of Sith toward their greatest triumph, even though he would not live to see the calculations he had made finally come true. The Sith Lord, who could save others from death but could not save himself, would train the student who would finally fulfill the 1,000-year dream. Darth Plagueis the Wise was about to set in motion the events that would destroy the Jedi forever. As the final century of the Republic approached, the Banite Sith lineage reached its most dangerous phase. The heir to Darth Tenebrous was a moon named Higo Damask, who would become known as Darth Plagueis. Unlike previous Sith who had focused on military conquest or political manipulation, Plagueis was obsessed with the ultimate prize that had eluded every Dark Lord before him: true immortality. Plagueis inherited his master's scientific approach to the Force, but pushed it far beyond anything Tenebrous had attempted. Where the Bith had been content to calculate probabilities and predict future events, the Moon wanted to rewrite the fundamental laws of life and death themselves. He believed that midi-chlorians could be manipulated to grant eternal life to those strong enough to master the technique. As Higo Damask, Plagueis operated one of the galaxy's most influential financial institutions. His species was naturally gifted with numbers and long-term planning, making him the perfect cover identity for a Sith Lord preparing the final phase of their ancient plan. Through his banking connections, he could influence political events across the Republic while appearing to be nothing more than a successful businessman. The wealth and power that came with his legitimate career allowed Plagueis to conduct experiments that would have been impossible for earlier Sith. He built secret laboratories where he could study midi-chlorians without interference from Republic authorities or Jedi investigators. His research pushed the boundaries of what most beings believed was possible through the Force. Plagueis discovered that midi-chlorians had their own form of will that resisted manipulation. They seemed programmed to maintain the natural cycle of life and death, fighting against attempts to extend existence beyond normal limits. But the Sith Lord was determined to overcome this resistance through a combination of dark side power and scientific methodology. His breakthrough came when he learned to suppress the midi-chlorians' natural inclinations and bend them to his conscious will. Through careful application of Force energy, he could convince these microscopic life forms to repair damage, extend lifespans, and even create new life from nothing. The implications of this discovery were staggering. But Plagueis's most important decision was choosing the right apprentice to continue his work. He needed someone with the political skills to navigate Republic society and the ruthless ambition to seize power when the moment was right. He found that person in a young human noble from Naboo named Sheev Palpatine. Palpatine came from a wealthy family with connections throughout the Mid-Rim. But more importantly, he possessed a natural talent for manipulation and a hunger for power that reminded Plagueis of himself. Under careful guidance, the young man could become the perfect instrument for implementing the final phase of the Sith Grand Plan. The relationship between Plagueis and his new apprentice was different from previous master-student partnerships in the Banite line. Instead of the traditional competition and eventual betrayal, they worked together as partners in a shared enterprise. Both understood that their individual goals could be achieved more easily through cooperation than conflict. Together, they began orchestrating the political crisis that would bring down the Republic. Plagueis used his financial connections to create economic pressures, while Sidious, as Palpatine, built his career in the Senate. They engineered conflicts and manipulated trade disputes to gradually weaken public confidence in democratic institutions. Their most ambitious project was the Naboo crisis that would catapult Palpatine into the Chancellor's office. By convincing the Trade Federation to blockade his homeworld, Sidious created the perfect opportunity to present himself as a strong leader who could protect the Republic from external threats. The plan required precise timing and flawless execution. During this period, Plagueis achieved his greatest scientific breakthrough. His experiments with midi-chlorian manipulation had progressed to the point where he could actually create life from nothing. Working with Sidious, he attempted to use the Force to conceive a being of unlimited potential who could serve their purposes. But the Force itself seemed to resist this ultimate violation of natural law. Instead of creating a servant for the Sith, the midi-chlorians rebelled against Plagueis's manipulation and conceived a child who would eventually bring balance to the Force. Anakin Skywalker's virgin birth was the Force's response to the Sith Lord's unnatural experiments. Plagueis remained unaware that his greatest success had also created his greatest threat. He continued his research while supporting Sidious's political career, believing that they were building toward an era of eternal Sith dominance. The irony that he had inadvertently created the Chosen One who would destroy them both would not become clear for decades. As the Naboo crisis unfolded exactly as planned, Plagueis felt confident that their millennium of preparation was finally bearing fruit. Sidious had successfully manipulated the Senate into electing him Chancellor, giving the Sith control over the Republic's highest office. Everything was proceeding according to their carefully laid plans. The night before Palpatine's election victory, Master and apprentice celebrated privately in Plagueis' residence. They had achieved something that countless previous Sith Lords had only dreamed of. A representative of their order now held legitimate power over the galaxy's most influential government. The endgame of the grand plan could finally begin. But Sidious had been preparing for this moment in ways that his master never suspected. During their years of partnership, he had learned everything Plagueis could teach him about midi-chlorian manipulation and the secrets of life and death. Now that he possessed this knowledge, the traditional Sith relationship between master and apprentice was about to reassert itself. As Plagueis relaxed in the glow of their mutual victory, Sidious struck without warning. He used the Force to hold his master in a state of drowsy intoxication while channeling lethal Sith lightning through his body. The Moon, who had spent decades perfecting techniques to cheat death, found himself powerless to save his own life. The betrayal was swift and efficient. Plagueis died without ever realizing that his apprentice had been planning this moment for years. Sidious had waited until he possessed all of his master's knowledge before eliminating him, ensuring that no secrets would be lost with Plagueis' death. The irony of the situation was not lost on Sidious. The master, who had achieved legendary status for his ability to save others from death, had been unable to save himself when his own student turned against him. It was a perfect example of the fundamental contradiction at the heart of Sith philosophy. With Plagueis dead, Sidious became the sole Dark Lord of the Sith at the exact moment when their ancient plan was entering its final phase. He had already identified Darth Maul as his new apprentice, restoring the rule of two while inheriting everything his master had built over decades of careful preparation. Plagueis' death marked the end of the scientific phase of Sith development and the beginning of their political triumph. His research into midi-chlorian manipulation would influence Sidious's later obsession with immortality and cloning. His financial networks would provide resources for building the Empire. His political strategies would guide the Republic's transformation into an authoritarian state. The tragedy of Darth Plagueis was that his greatest achievement was also his ultimate downfall. By successfully training an apprentice who was his equal in ambition and cunning, he had created the instrument of his own destruction. The rule of two had worked exactly as Darth Bane intended, with each generation surpassing the last through the crucible of conflict. Plagueis had spent his life trying to transcend the cycle of death and renewal that governed all existence. In the end, he became another link in the chain of Sith succession that stretched back 1,000 years to the caves of Ruusan. His legacy would live on through Sidious, who would use everything his master had taught him to finally achieve the Sith dream of galactic domination. After 1,000 years of plotting, the Sith were about to achieve their ultimate victory. The man who would make it happen was a senator from Naboo who smiled while he destroyed everything the galaxy held dear. Sheev Palpatine was the culmination of everything Darth Bane had envisioned when he created the rule of two. Born into nobility on Naboo, he possessed the perfect combination of political talent and ruthless ambition that the Sith needed for their final gambit. Under Darth Plagueis' guidance, he learned to hide his true nature behind a mask of kindness and public service. As Senator Palpatine, he presented himself as a humble representative who only wanted what was best for his constituents. He spoke eloquently about democracy and justice while secretly planning to destroy both. This dual identity made him the most dangerous Sith Lord in history because nobody suspected what he really was. Palpatine's political career advanced exactly as he and Plagueis had planned. He built a reputation as a moderate voice who could work with different factions in the Senate. His apparent reasonableness and willingness to compromise made him popular with colleagues who had no idea they were dealing with a Dark Lord of the Sith. The Naboo crisis that elevated Palpatine to the chancellorship was a masterpiece of manipulation. As Darth Sidious, he convinced the Trade Federation to blockade his own homeworld, creating the crisis that would make him appear to be the solution. The suffering of his own people was acceptable collateral damage for the greater goal of Sith domination. When Queen Amidala called for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum, Palpatine positioned himself as the reluctant candidate who would serve only if the Senate demanded it. His election was the first time in galactic history that a Sith Lord had gained power through legitimate democratic processes rather than conquest. With Plagueis dead and Darth Maul established as his new apprentice, Sidious began implementing the next phase of their ancient plan. He would use his position as Chancellor to gradually transform the Republic into an authoritarian state while engineering a war that would justify the changes he wanted to make. The Clone Wars were Sidious's greatest achievement in manipulation. He secretly controlled both sides of the conflict, serving as the Republic's leader while also directing the separatist forces through his apprentice Count Dooku. This allowed him to orchestrate battles and guide the war's progression to serve his political needs. For 3 years, Sidious played the role of a wartime leader struggling to preserve democracy against external threats. He reluctantly accepted emergency powers from the Senate, always promising to return them once the crisis was over. Each new authority he gained brought him closer to absolute control. The war served multiple purposes beyond just consolidating political power. It weakened the Jedi Order by spreading them thin across battlefields throughout the galaxy. It militarized Republic society and created the infrastructure for an eventual empire. Most importantly, it exhausted the public's desire for democracy and made them willing to accept authoritarian rule in exchange for security. Sidious's masterful manipulation of Anakin Skywalker during this period showed his understanding of human psychology. He positioned himself as a father figure to the young Jedi, offering understanding and support when the Jedi Council provided only criticism and suspicion. He fed Anakin's fears about losing those he loved, while promising that the dark side could prevent such losses. The transformation of Anakin into Darth Vader was Sidious's most personal triumph. He had turned the Chosen One himself into an agent of the dark side, proving that even prophecy could be twisted to serve Sith purposes. The being who was destined to bring balance to the Force had become his willing apprentice. Order 66 represented the culmination of centuries of planning that stretched back to Darth Bane himself. With a single command, Sidious activated the behavioral modification biochips implanted in every clone trooper's brain, forcing them to turn against their Jedi generals. Thousands of Jedi died within minutes, caught completely off guard by soldiers they had fought alongside for years. Simultaneously, Darth Vader led the 501st Legion in an assault on the Jedi Temple that eliminated the heart of the Order. The facility that had stood as a symbol of peace and justice for millennia was transformed into a charnel house, where even the youngest students were slaughtered without mercy. With the Jedi eliminated and the Separatist leadership dead, Sidious revealed his true nature to the galaxy. In a special session of the Senate, he announced the transformation of the Republic into the First Galactic Empire, with himself as Emperor. The assembled senators cheered wildly, willingly surrendering their democracy for the promise of order and security. The next 2 decades saw the Sith achieve everything they had dreamed of since their exile after the 100-year darkness. They ruled the galaxy openly while their enemies were either dead or in hiding. Fear became the primary tool of governance, enforced by Imperial military might and Vader's terrifying presence. But Sidious's greatest victory contained the seeds of his eventual downfall. The children of Anakin Skywalker had survived their father's transformation, hidden from the Emperor, who would have killed them if he had known they existed. Luke and Leia Skywalker grew up to become leaders in the rebellion that formed to oppose Imperial tyranny. The Battle of Endor marked the apparent end of Sidious's reign and the Sith Order itself. When the Emperor attempted to corrupt Luke Skywalker with demonstrations of power and threats against his friends, he miscalculated the strength of the bonds between father and son. Vader's love for Luke proved stronger than his loyalty to his Sith master. In the moment when Sidious was torturing Luke with Force lightning, Anakin Skywalker finally returned. The redeemed Jedi picked up his master and hurled him into the Death Star's reactor core, fulfilling the prophecy that the Chosen One would bring balance to the Force. Both Sith Lords died in the explosion that followed. But death was not the end for Darth Sidious. His decades of studying Plagueis' research into immortality had taught him techniques for preserving his consciousness beyond bodily death. Through cloning technology and dark side sorcery, he managed to return from apparent destruction multiple times. In the Legends timeline, Sidious resurrected himself through clone bodies and nearly reconquered the galaxy during the Dark Empire crisis. He was ultimately defeated by Luke Skywalker and the spirit of Anakin working together to drag his soul into the cosmic force where it could be destroyed permanently. The canon timeline saw a similar return through the Sith Eternal cult on Exegol. The withered Emperor had spent decades building a secret fleet while possessing clone bodies that could barely contain his spirit. His final defeat came when his own granddaughter Rey channeled the power of all past Jedi to reflect his lightning back at him. Regardless of which version of events is considered, Sidious's story demonstrates both the ultimate achievement and the fundamental flaw of Sith philosophy. He succeeded in conquering the galaxy and eliminating his enemies, but his victory was temporary because it was built on fear and hatred rather than genuine loyalty. The Emperor, who had seemed invincible, was ultimately brought down by the same selfish ambition that had always plagued the Sith. His inability to understand love and redemption made him vulnerable to forces he could never control or predict. The man who had manipulated galactic events for decades was defeated by a moment of genuine human emotion. Darth Sidious had achieved the Sith dream of galactic domination, but his legacy was not the eternal empire he had envisioned. Instead, he became the final proof that the dark side's promise of unlimited power was ultimately hollow. His fall marked the end of the Benite Sith lineage and the fulfillment of the ancient prophecy that balance would be restored to the Force. The senator from Naboo who had smiled while destroying democracy became the last Dark Lord of the Sith to rule openly. His story showed that even the most carefully executed plans could be undone by the very human qualities that the Sith rejected as weaknesses. In the end, love proved stronger than hate, and the light side triumphed over 1,000 years of darkness. For 1,000 years, the galaxy had forgotten what a Sith Lord looked like. Darth Maul was about to remind them in the most terrifying way possible. When Darth Sidious needed an enforcer to handle the physical aspects of his grand plan, he chose to create the perfect weapon from scratch. Rather than corrupting an existing Jedi or recruiting an adult Force user, Sidious found a Zabrak child on the planet Dathomir and raised him from infancy to be a living instrument of the dark side. Maul never knew a life beyond Sith training. From his earliest memories, he was subjected to brutal conditioning that stripped away normal human emotions and replaced them with focused rage and hatred. Sidious tattooed his entire body with Sith markings that served both as symbols of his allegiance and channels for dark side energy. The young Zabrak was trained in lightsaber combat techniques that had been refined over generations of Sith tradition. But Maul brought his own innovations to the art of dueling. He developed an acrobatic fighting style that used his natural agility and alien physiology to devastating effect. Most remarkably, he created a double-bladed lightsaber that could surprise opponents used to facing single weapons. Unlike previous Sith apprentices who had been politicians or scholars before their fall, Maul was bred specifically for combat. He had no interest in manipulation or long-term strategy. His purpose was to eliminate obstacles to his master's plans through direct violence. This made him both incredibly effective and ultimately limited in his usefulness. For decades, Maul served Sidious as a hidden weapon while the Sith Lord built his political career. The galaxy remained unaware that the ancient enemies of the Jedi had returned. When Sidious finally decided to reveal the Sith presence, Maul would be the one to make that announcement in the most dramatic way possible. The moment came during the Naboo crisis that Sidious had engineered to advance his political ambitions. When Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice Obi-Wan Kenobi were sent to negotiate with the Trade Federation, they became obstacles that needed to be removed. Maul was dispatched to handle them. Maul's first encounter with the Jedi took place on the desert planet Tatooine. Qui-Gon was conducting business in the remote settlement of Mos Espa when the Sith apprentice attacked without warning. The brief lightsaber duel that followed was the first time in a millennium that a Jedi had faced a true Sith in combat. The confrontation ended inconclusively when Qui-Gon managed to escape to his ship, but the psychological impact was enormous. The Jedi had believed the Sith were extinct, yet here was undeniable proof that their ancient enemies had returned. The balance of power in the galaxy had shifted overnight. Maul's most significant contribution to galactic history came during the Battle of Naboo. As Queen Amidala's forces fought to liberate their homeworld from the Trade Federation occupation, Maul engaged the two Jedi in a lightsaber duel that would become legendary. The fight moved through the royal palace until it reached the generator core with its deadly energy barriers. The Duel of the Fates, as it came to be known, showcased Maul's incredible skill and the effectiveness of his double-bladed weapon. He held his own against two experienced Jedi simultaneously, using his acrobatic abilities and superior reach to keep both opponents at bay. For most of the fight, it appeared that the Sith apprentice would emerge victorious. The tide turned when Maul managed to separate the two Jedi using the timing of the energy barriers. Alone with Qui-Gon, he pressed his advantage and delivered a fatal blow to the Jedi Master. The killing of Qui-Gon Jinn was a moment of triumph for the Sith, eliminating one of the Jedi's most respected leaders. But Maul's victory was short-lived. Obi-Wan Kenobi, driven by rage and grief over his master's death, broke through the barriers and engaged the Sith apprentice in single combat. Though initially overwhelmed and nearly killed, Obi-Wan managed to turn the tables through a combination of skill and desperation. In the climactic moment of their duel, Obi-Wan used Qui-Gon's lightsaber to cut Maul in half at the waist. The Sith apprentice fell into the generator shaft, apparently dead. The first Sith to reveal himself in 1,000 years had been defeated by a Jedi Padawan, suggesting that the ancient enemy might still be vulnerable. But hatred proved to be a more powerful force than anyone had expected. Maul's sheer will to survive, fueled by his rage and desire for revenge, kept him alive even after his body was bisected. He fell through the depths of Naboo until he was dumped on the junk planet Lotho Minor, where he remained for years, sustained by dark side energy and growing madness. The Zabrak's survival was discovered by his brother Savage Opress, who had been trained by the Night Sisters of Dathomir in their own dark arts. Savage found Maul living like an animal in the depths of Naboo, his lower body replaced by a crude mechanical spider-like apparatus he had built from scrap metal. Using Night Sister magic, Savage restored Maul's sanity and provided him with proper cybernetic legs. The former Sith apprentice emerged from his ordeal transformed by suffering, but still burning with the desire for revenge against Obi-Wan Kenobi and his former master who had abandoned him. Maul's return to galactic affairs during the Clone Wars demonstrated that he had learned from his earlier defeat. Instead of relying solely on physical confrontation, he began building a criminal empire called the Shadow Collective. This organization united various crime families and militant groups under his leadership. The Shadow Collective's greatest achievement was taking control of Mandalore through an alliance with the Death Watch faction. Maul orchestrated a complex scheme that resulted in the death of their leader, Pre Vizsla, and his own coronation as the new ruler of the warrior planet. For a brief time, the former Sith apprentice commanded one of the galaxy's most militarily significant worlds. But Maul's resurgence attracted the attention of his former master. Sidious could not allow a rogue Sith to operate independently, especially one who knew sensitive information about the grand plan. The confrontation between master and former apprentice was swift and decisive. Sidious killed Savage Opress and captured Maul, demonstrating that his power far exceeded anything his former student had achieved. The brief lecture he delivered about the nature of Sith loyalty made it clear that Maul's abandonment had been intentional rather than accidental. Sidious had simply discarded a tool that was no longer useful. Maul eventually escaped from Imperial custody and spent the remaining years of his life as a fugitive, trying to rebuild his power base. He attempted to recruit new apprentices and allies, but his efforts were hampered by the Empire's systematic suppression of Force-sensitive individuals. His final confrontation with Obi-Wan Kenobi took place on Tatooine, where the former Jedi Master was protecting Luke Skywalker from Imperial detection. The duel between the two old enemies was brief and decisive. Obi-Wan, now aged and wise, defeated Maul with a single perfectly timed strike. In his dying moments, Maul asked if the person Obi-Wan was protecting was the Chosen One. When Kenobi confirmed that it was, Maul found a measure of peace in knowing that Luke would eventually destroy the Sith Master who had used and discarded them both. His last words expressed hope that their mutual enemy would finally face justice. Maul's legacy extended far beyond his role as Sidious's apprentice. His killing of Qui-Gon Jinn had set Anakin Skywalker on a different path than the one the wise Jedi Master would have provided. His criminal activities during the Clone Wars had destabilized regions of the galaxy and contributed to the chaos that Sidious used to justify increased militarization. Perhaps most importantly, Maul had served as the announcement that the Sith had returned. His appearance on Tatooine and his duel with the Jedi on Naboo had ended 1,000 years of secrecy and begun the final phase of the conflict between light and dark. The galaxy would never again assume that the ancient enemies of peace and justice were truly gone. The tattooed warrior, who had been forged into a weapon of pure hatred, ultimately found redemption through his recognition that others would succeed where he had failed. His story showed that even the most thoroughly corrupted beings could retain some spark of hope, even if they never lived to see that hope fulfilled. Sometimes the most dangerous enemies are those who believe they're saving the galaxy. Count Dooku was a respected Jedi Master who became convinced that only the dark side could bring true justice to a corrupt republic. When Darth Maul was cut in half on Naboo, Darth Sidious needed a new apprentice who could serve different purposes than his previous student. Where Maul had been a weapon designed for combat, Sidious required someone with political connections and intellectual sophistication. He found the perfect candidate in Count Dooku of Serenno. Dooku was everything Maul had never been. Born into nobility on the wealthy world of Serenno, he possessed the aristocratic bearing and cultural refinement that would make him credible as a political leader. More importantly, he was already a Jedi Master with decades of experience and a reputation for wisdom and integrity. But Dooku had grown increasingly disillusioned with both the Jedi Order and the Republic they served. He watched corrupt senators enrich themselves while systems suffered under bureaucratic incompetence. He saw the Jedi Council become more concerned with political considerations than moral principles. The galaxy was rotting from within, and the institutions meant to protect it seemed powerless to stop the decay. The death of Qui-Gon Jinn at the hands of Darth Maul served as the final catalyst for Dooku's disillusionment. Qui-Gon had been his Padawan, one of the most promising Jedi of his generation. His death while the Council remained safely on Coruscant convinced Dooku that the Order had lost its way completely. Shortly after Qui-Gon's funeral, Dooku made a decision that shocked the entire Jedi Order. He formally renounced his position as a Jedi Master and left Coruscant to return to his family estate on Serenno. What the Jedi didn't know was that Dooku had already been in contact with Darth Sidious even before he left the Order. The Sith Lord had been carefully cultivating the Count's frustrations and offering alternative solutions to the problems that troubled him. Sidious presented himself as someone who understood the need for radical change. Dooku's transformation from Jedi Master to Sith Lord was gradual and seemingly voluntary. Unlike Anakin's dramatic fall years later, Dooku's embrace of the dark side appeared to be a rational choice made by someone who had carefully considered his options. He believed he was choosing the lesser of two evils. Taking the Sith name Darth Tyrannus, Dooku began serving Sidious's master plan while maintaining his public identity as Count Dooku. His first major assignment was to orchestrate the creation of the clone army that would serve the Republic during the coming war. Working through intermediaries, Tyrannus hired the bounty hunter Jango Fett to serve as the genetic template for the clones. More sinisterly, he ensured that behavioral programming was implanted in every clone soldier. Order 66 would remain dormant until Sidious activated it, at which point the entire army would turn on their Jedi commanders. Dooku also eliminated his old friend Sifo-Dyas, the Jedi Master who had originally commissioned the clone army. By stealing Sifo-Dyas's identity for the project, Dooku ensured that the Jedi would accept the army as legitimate while remaining unaware of its true purpose. As the political leader of the separatist movement, Dooku used his aristocratic connections to convince star systems to secede from the Republic. His elegant speeches about corruption and incompetence resonated with populations that had grown tired of Coruscant's neglect. Within months, he had assembled a confederation that controlled significant portions of the galaxy. The Clone Wars began when the Jedi discovered the separatist droid army on Geonosis. Dooku's revelation of his Sith identity during the Battle of Geonosis shocked the Jedi who still remembered him as a respected colleague. His lightsaber duels with Obi-Wan and Anakin demonstrated that he had not lost any of his fighting skills despite his advanced age. Most remarkably, Dooku held his own against Yoda himself in lightsaber combat. The duel between former colleagues was heartbreaking for both participants, but it proved that Dooku had grown significantly in power since embracing the dark side. Only Yoda's superior experience prevented the fallen Jedi from achieving victory. During the 3 years of the Clone Wars, Dooku served as the face of separatist resistance while secretly coordinating with Sidious to ensure the conflict served their mutual goals. He commanded vast droid armies and employed ruthless tactics that gradually escalated the violence throughout the galaxy. Dooku's sophisticated approach to warfare set him apart from crude warlords like General Grievous. He understood that the war's ultimate purpose was to weaken both the Republic and the Separatists while strengthening Sidious's political position. Every battle needed to serve the larger strategy of transforming the Republic into an empire. The Count also trained other dark side users to serve his purposes, though he was careful to ensure they never became true rivals. Asajj Ventress learned advanced lightsaber techniques and Sith sorcery under his guidance, becoming a deadly assassin who could eliminate targets that required a personal touch. But Dooku's most significant contribution to galactic history was his role in Anakin Skywalker's fall. During their first encounter on Geonosis, he severed Anakin's hand and humiliated the young Jedi in front of his peers. This injury and the anger it generated planted seeds of resentment that would grow over the following years. Their final confrontation took place aboard General Grievous's flagship as the Clone Wars neared their end. Anakin had grown significantly in power and skill since their last meeting, driven by dark emotions that Sidious had been carefully nurturing. This time, the outcome was very different. Fueled by rage and the nascent influence of the dark side, Anakin overpowered Dooku in lightsaber combat. He severed both of the Count's hands and held his own weapon alongside Dooku's curved saber at the fallen Sith's throat. In that moment, Palpatine revealed his true nature by encouraging Anakin to execute the helpless prisoner. The look of shock and betrayal on Dooku's face as Anakin's blades ended his life showed that he finally understood how completely Sidious had manipulated him. The Count had believed himself to be a partner in reshaping the galaxy, but he had been nothing more than a disposable tool in a larger game. Dooku's death served multiple purposes in Sidious's plan. It eliminated a Sith Lord who knew too much about the grand plan, while simultaneously pushing Anakin further toward the dark side. The young Jedi's willingness to execute a helpless prisoner marked a crucial step in his transformation into Darth Vader. With Dooku gone, the Separatist leadership was left vulnerable to the final phase of Sidious's strategy. The remaining Confederate leaders were isolated on Mustafar, where they would be eliminated by the newly christened Darth Vader. The war that Dooku had helped orchestrate would end with the complete victory of the Sith. The tragedy of Darth Tyrannus was that his motivations had been genuinely noble. Unlike other Sith who embraced the dark side for personal gain, Dooku truly believed he was working to create a better galaxy. His disillusionment with corruption and incompetence was justified, but his solution was fatally flawed. Dooku represented the danger of allowing frustration with imperfect institutions to drive someone toward authoritarian alternatives. His aristocratic background and intellectual pride made him vulnerable to the argument that ordinary people needed strong leadership rather than democratic participation. In the end, Count Dooku learned too late that the dark side's promise of efficiency and order came at the cost of humanity and compassion. The galaxy he had hoped to improve through Sith rule would suffer under Imperial tyranny for decades. His noble intentions had been corrupted into serving evil purposes. The fallen Jedi Master, who had sought to bring justice to a corrupt republic, became an instrument of the very corruption he had opposed. His story served as a warning that the road to tyranny is often paved with good intentions and justified by seemingly reasonable arguments about the need for strong leadership in troubled times. The boy who was supposed to bring balance to the Force instead brought darkness to the galaxy. Anakin Skywalker's transformation into Darth Vader represents both the Sith's greatest triumph and the seed of their ultimate destruction. When Darth Sidious revealed his true identity to Anakin Skywalker, he offered the young Jedi something no one else could provide: the power to save Padme Amidala from the death that Anakin had seen in his nightmares. For someone who had already lost his mother to violence, the prospect of losing his wife was unbearable. Anakin's fall to the dark side was swift and complete. Within hours of pledging himself to Sidious and taking the name Darth Vader, he was leading clone troopers in an assault on the Jedi Temple. The man who had been trained to protect the innocent became the instrument of their destruction. The massacre at the Jedi Temple was systematic and merciless. Vader cut down masters who had taught him, knights who had fought alongside him, and younglings who looked up to him as a hero. With each life he took, he moved further from the light and deeper into the darkness that now defined him. Order 66 activated simultaneously across the galaxy as Vader conducted his slaughter on Coruscant. Clone troopers who had served under Jedi generals for 3 years suddenly turned their weapons on their commanders. The behavioral programming that Dooku had helped install years earlier finally served its purpose. Within a single day, the Jedi Order that had existed for over 1,000 years was effectively destroyed. Thousands of Jedi died in battles they never saw coming, betrayed by soldiers they had trusted with their lives. The few survivors scattered to the farthest reaches of the galaxy, going into hiding to escape the continuing purge. Vader's final mission as Sidious's new apprentice was to eliminate the separatist leadership on Mustafar. These corporate executives and alien politicians had outlived their usefulness now that the Clone Wars were ending. Their deaths would remove the last witnesses to Sidious's manipulation of both sides in the conflict. But Padme Amidala had followed her husband to Mustafar, desperate to understand what had happened to the man she loved. When she confronted Vader about his actions, she saw that Anakin Skywalker was truly gone. The person wearing his face was someone else entirely, consumed by hatred and power. The arrival of Obi-Wan Kenobi turned a personal tragedy into an epic confrontation between former friends. The duel that followed was perhaps the most emotionally devastating lightsaber fight in galactic history. Master faced former Padawan in a battle that neither wanted but both felt was necessary. Vader's overconfidence proved to be his downfall. Despite his increased power through the dark side, he underestimated his former master's tactical brilliance. When he attempted a risky jumping attack, Obi-Wan struck with precision, severing both of Vader's legs and his remaining organic arm. Left burning on the volcanic shores of Mustafar, Vader seemed doomed to die from his injuries. But Sidious arrived in time to save his new apprentice, though the cost was enormous. The young man who had possessed unlimited potential was now dependent on life support systems to survive. The iconic black armor and breathing apparatus that Vader wore for the rest of his life was both a medical necessity and a psychological tool. Sidious deliberately designed the suit to be uncomfortable and limiting, ensuring that Vader's pain and frustration would fuel his connection to the dark side. The birth of Darth Vader coincided with the death of Padme Amidala, the woman whose life he had tried to save. The tragedy was that Vader's own actions had caused her death. His violence and betrayal of everything he had once stood for broke her heart and will to live. As the Emperor's enforcer during the reign of the Galactic Empire, Vader became a figure of terror throughout the galaxy. His mere presence was enough to ensure compliance from Imperial officers and strike fear into the hearts of rebels. The black armor and mechanical breathing made him seem more machine than man. Vader's Force abilities were immense despite his physical limitations. He could choke enemies across interstellar distances through holographic communication. He could deflect blaster bolts with his bare hands and hurl grown men around like toys. The dark side had made him stronger than ever, even as it made him less human. The hunt for surviving Jedi became Vader's obsession during the early years of the Empire. He personally tracked down and eliminated dozens of former Jedi Knights and Masters who had escaped Order 66. His reputation as the Jedi's Bane spread throughout the galaxy as more Force users fell to his lightsaber. But Vader's most significant moment came when he boarded the rebel ship Tantive 4 in search of stolen Death Star plans. His dramatic entrance through smoke and blaster fire introduced the galaxy to the Empire's new enforcer. The casual way he killed Captain Antilles demonstrated that mercy was no longer part of his vocabulary. The revelation that Luke Skywalker was his son changed everything for Vader. During their lightsaber duel on Cloud City, he extended an offer that shocked both Luke and himself. Together they could overthrow the Emperor and rule the galaxy as father and son. For the first time since Mustafar, Anakin Skywalker was stirring beneath the Vader mask. Luke's rejection of that offer and his willingness to fall to his apparent death rather than join the dark side planted a seed of doubt in Vader's mind. The young man's faith in his father's goodness was something Vader had not experienced in decades. It reminded him of who he had once been. The final confrontation between father and son took place aboard the second Death Star during the Battle of Endor. Emperor Palpatine orchestrated their duel, hoping to replace Vader with Luke as his new apprentice. But the plan backfired when Luke refused to strike down his defeated father. When Palpatine began torturing Luke with Force lightning, something broke inside Vader. The sight of his son suffering while calling for his father's help finally awakened the Anakin Skywalker who had been buried under decades of pain and hatred. In that moment, love proved stronger than the dark side. Vader's sacrifice to save Luke fulfilled the ancient prophecy about the Chosen One bringing balance to the Force. By destroying his Sith master, he eliminated the last of the rule of two lineage that had stretched back 1,000 years to Darth Bane. The Sith were finally extinct, and balance was restored. The redemption of Anakin Skywalker in his final moments proved that even the darkest fall could be reversed through love and sacrifice. His transformation from the galaxy's greatest hero to its most feared villain and back to a redeemed Jedi showed that people always retain the capacity to choose a better path. Vader's legacy extended far beyond his own lifetime. In the decades that followed, his story became a cautionary tale about the dangers of fear and anger. But it also became a source of hope for those who had fallen, proving that redemption was always possible for those willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. The boy from Tatooine, who had dreamed of freeing the slaves and exploring the galaxy, had ultimately freed the entire galaxy from Sith domination. His journey from innocence to darkness and back to light became the central narrative of the eternal struggle between good and evil. Darth Vader had been the most successful Sith apprentice in history, helping to destroy the Jedi and establish an empire that ruled through fear. But in the end, the love of a father for his son proved more powerful than 1,000 years of Sith tradition. The Chosen One had finally brought balance to the Force, though the cost had been higher than anyone could have imagined.